You're watching National Streaming Sports, over 20 podcasts, 70 shows, and a 3.5-star rating on Roku TV.
All right. How you doing, folks? I'm still eating, by the way. I hope you can hear me. Looking at the Raiders season. Okay, Ernest, thank you. Again, yeah, it's a commercial break. For those that are here, maybe there's some people here. I had to eat. I hadn't eaten all day, and I was running around, getting a lot of things. I'm not sure who's here. We'll find out in a minute. But yeah, so I'm gonna. If you are here, we're gonna talk about because seriously, you are gonna tell me what the Raiders schedule is, other than the. In fact, let's change the banner because I am here. So let's get that. Gotta do something. It's like yeah, there you go. We'll put this one up. So there you go. We are here. There's two people watching, so there is somebody else, which is good. I had to get something to eat. I was feeling lightheaded, and I was running around all day, and I didn't want to pass out in that respect. Fuck, the Phillies are losing. They were up 5-1 in the first inning. I said, "Oh, they got this one," and apparently they didn't. So I'm going to go over to Instagram, and we'll go live there too. So let's see here. We'll go live. Yep. Yeah, if you are here, I'm live on Instagram. I am live on a couple of the different Facebooks and whatnot. Again, I'm still eating. In fact, I still have I had like a leftover, what do you call it, like a super taco, one of those wrap tacos. Eat one time. Hey, Velvet's over here. Good. Come on over to YouTube. I'm over on YouTube. I had to get something to eat, and I didn't want to do this, but I had to get on. I said I was starting to stream around 8:30. So I got here around 8:30. M Rose 8506, thank you. Raider Stereo 360 Abundance over there on Instagram. We got about 4 or 5 people over on Instagram. So hopefully the people that were here on YouTube and Facebook, they'll still be here or chime in. If you're here on Instagram, go over to the YouTube channel because we're going to do most of our stuff over there. I still have to eat because if not, if you feel lightheaded and whatnot. Hey, Stereo, how's it going? I'm good. I'm good. I know one game of what our schedule is. One game. Mike C's over there. Did I talk about the Madden movie? No, I did not. Jimmy Farrell, you can do that. I had to eat, Jimmy. It's like, I mean, as you can see, I still have to eat because otherwise, I don't want to get lightheaded and then, pass out. Us old people got to take care of ourselves, right? At least that's what they say. So I had to get out. Dallas game looks good to go to. Okay, well, and that's the thing. You all know, and I don't, what the schedule is. Seriously, I have no clue, other than the first game, what the schedule is. I heard, and maybe y'all can tell me, I heard that the game in Philly was like around New Year's or Christmas, something like that. That's gonna be cold as fuck. But I'll probably go there. In fact, let's get a later schedule. I know it'll be on by now. Hey, Ayo Chachi, come on over to YouTube, please. We're going to talk. We're going to talk about. And I'm gonna wave at people that I didn't get a chance to wave to. So I'm picking up the phone. I'm waving to Chachi Stereo. Emerald, see you again. 360 abundance. There you go. Anybody that waved, I waved back. So we're caught up to date there. So I finally now have a copy. Okay, good in the fact that, okay, so the Raiders get at least a home game the second week, December 14th. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see here. At least it's December 21, and that's indoors though. That's not bad, and that's also I'm going to drive to that one. So I looked. It's probably take me like 2 days to get there safely. No Sunday night games. Well, that depends upon if we get a flex. So December 14th, okay, cold in Philly, okay. There was another cold game. Oh, okay, Chiefs, October, not too bad. Not too bad. So Kansas City was cold. Indy's indoors. The New England game is early. The Philly game is cold. But when's the Commanders game? I got to see that. I don't see the Commanders game. Did they not? Am I missing a game? Huh. I must have hit the wrong. Okay, let's do this again. Because what I got, they didn't show shit. Hey, Sharif, how you doing? Okay, Raiders schedule. Okay, Raiders schedule. That's taking. Okay, announced. Okay, there we go. Las Vegas Raiders announced 2025 schedule. Okay, because I want to see September in DC. Good. That's good too, because that means it's not cold. How the hell Beard pen up with a Monday night game? Jimmy, what the fuck did you say? Okay, week 3. Okay. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So basically, and a bye in the middle of the season, that's not bad. Refinance the house for Raiders, Dallas game. Oh, that's on Monday. That is a Monday night game. Uh-huh. So when is our Thursday night game? When is our Thursday night game? Okay. I see the games, but it doesn't say, I don't see at. Okay. Week 2 is a Monday night. Okay, week 2 is a Monday night game. So that's okay. So two Monday nights in a league. Okay, so there you go. And okay, so week 2, the home opener is a Monday night game. That's cool. I'm looking. Oh, Thursday night is that? Can't tell if it's. Oh, away. Oh no, home. Home is great. Okay, I figured out how they do this. So the away game is week 10. So the Thursday night game is in Denver in November. Okay. I was looking. I said there was like no home away, so I figured out that the home games were the dark splotches, mean, week 2 is home. There you go. Week 2, week 4 is home. So 2, 4, 6, Tennessee, that's home. I'm probably going to sell my Cowboys tickets. Hey, Black Dennis is over there as well. Thank you, Darren. Thank you for being over back on YouTube as well. I'm waving at you, Black Dennis and D-Boy. If you are here, and if you were here very, yes, yeah. I know Sharif's going to Denver for that game, and I would too. I would too. So good. Oh, that yeah. It's on the friggin' thing below. It's dark color. Does your friend have a friend? Just saying. So it's looking like, because I have to see, like, because I'm going to drive, at least plan. I'm going to drive to New England for the week 1 game. And then, which is one good thing is that because week 2 is a Monday night game, I have an extra day to get back to Florida to fly out to Vegas for that game. So I'll do that. I gotta get my hotel rooms done like right after the show. I know that it says that I've been Sunday games strictly all playoff teams except for 1 week. Sunday Night Football, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what goes on. Again, if we are playing well, they could flex a game. But I'm just looking at it. Okay. And again, excuse me, I am going to finish my meal. I'm going to look very nutsy in a minute. I'm probably going to go to Philly. Because so what I'm looking at, maybe November in Denver, maybe. October in Kansas City, probably. But those are the other cold weather games because, again, DC and New England are early. Virginia and New England, great. I'll have to see what the Red Sox schedule is. Maybe I'll try to go to a Sox game. Yeah, Houston being, yeah, I'm going to fly. Or sorry, I'm going to drive that one. 3X defensive starters giving me. Yeah, Sharif, I got you. That's true to a point. But it's a whole new offense. Seriously, it's a whole new offense. What are you going to have intel on? The quarterback's different. The running back's different. The offensive line, it'll be rebuilt. They don't know. Those guys who left, they don't know the tendencies of Geno Smith. Seriously. They know tendencies of Brock Bowers. Yes. Okay. They don't know they don't know Geno's tendencies. So really, what are they going to get intel on? Honestly, and I'm not just trying to be a dick. Ballistic Boss, how you doing? Good to see you over there on Instagram. If you're on Instagram, please head on over to YouTube. I mean, for the first 30 minutes, this show was a board that says, "I'll be back. I'll be back." I had to eat, and I'm finishing up here. It's leftovers. I had to make it better. Okay. I saw what you said. And that is true. I'm going to put this up. Our players, let's see here. I know it's Spillane. I know it's Chason. Who was the third defender that went to New England? Because there were three. Galvan Chason, Robert Spillane. Oh, they're saying which rookie week one do you think about? I think Genty might just roll over New England. Hobbs, thank you there, brother. I knew there was. So Daryl Hobbs, yeah. Daryl Hobbs, so he knows the secondary tendencies. Spillane knows the linebackers' tendencies. And obviously, Chason knows a little bit of the. But I don't really think that honestly, I don't think that really is going to affect them that much. I think that if the Raiders offense could actually, hey Sporty over there on IG, you can wave at you. The Raiders offense can go and just keep scoring. You can throw those tendencies out the window. You can say that, like I was seeing, I saw on a movie for, what was it, the Express, with Ernie Davis. And when Ernie got hurt prior to the game, the guy said, hamstring. So in that respect, they knew where to go and inflict more damage. But I mean, you are correct, Sharif. You are correct. I don't know. I don't really think that it's going to be all that. I know Ed Winchell and I are going to be week 4. We will be in Vegas for the Bears game. I like how they did split up. Was it back? What was it see? So okay, they got 2 home games in a row. Then they got 2 away games, okay, in a row. But then that's at the end of the season. But we're playing Kansas City at home the last game. And maybe that will be something important. The Real Raider Way joined. Thank you there, being over there on Instagram. On over to YouTube. Raiders. Thank you there, shipmate. Okay. But I will say this as well. You are correct, Sharif. Sharif said if you don't know, see, if you're on Instagram, go to YouTube because then you'll see all the comments. Okay. We desperately need to win big, capitalized BIG week 1 and set a tone. Struggling to beat the Pats will be a bad sign with LA and Washington in the first month. Yeah, especially with LA being on a Monday night. When is the okay? So November after Thanksgiving. Maybe go to LA. I might go to Denver and hang out with Sharif in Denver. Maybe. If there's a reason for me to go. We'll have to see. And Mike does say this, is that we couldn't barely what did we average last year? You stat geeks. You stat geeks know what this is. What did we average last year on offense? We weren't scoring more than 20. We weren't scoring more than 20 points. Somebody tell me, because I didn't pick it up. Somebody tell me, what was the average offensive output for the Raiders last year on offense per game? I believe it was under 20. I believe it was like we got shafted for Black Friday game again. Okay, who is it? Do we have a Black Friday game? Are we on Black Friday? So we're playing the day after Thanksgiving? When's Thanksgiving? I'm just looking at dates. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Sharif. It's what I thought. I know it wasn't more than 20 points. 18.2. Horrible. We need to score. Yeah, no Black Friday. Okay. That's good in one respect, because I that's one of the reasons why I didn't go to Kansas City last year. Oh, no, Mike. 2 years ago, we beat the Chiefs on Christmas. I remember that implicitly because my son's dog, I think I've told this story. Hey, Keith, good to see you, Keith. Come on over to YouTube, brother. Keith Renz is over there on Instagram. No, my son's dog came over here for Christmas Day. And I know that we had, there was problems with the cable or whatnot. And I had to watch the Nickelodeon version? The Nickelodeon version of the game, because it was on Nickelodeon for Christmas. And they had all those stupid friggin' graphics. But I was so excited. I was so excited about the win and how close it was. And, I remember the Jack Jones pick six. I remember it was like a fumble recovery for a touchdown, boom, boom. And I'm crying and cheering. And yeah, I said it. I'm crying because I can't. And I'll admit this too. When the Eagles were beating the fuck out of the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and they were up like 21-0, and it was still early. I think it was I think they were up 21 at still first quarter, I think. But they were up 21-0, and I had tears in my eyes. I was just twinged, right? And because I remember the comeback that the Patriots had against the Falcons for the Super Bowl. I remember that. And I said, please, God, don't let the Eagles fuck this up. Please don't let the officials come in and fuck this game. Because that's what I was thinking. It's yes, they're up 21 points or 20 points. I don't remember which, but they were up 3 scores. And I'm like, please, Lord, don't fuck this one for my well-being. Anthony, it's right. Good. Yo, let's go and salute the cabin today. Hey, thank you there, Anthony. I'll put that on there. Salute to you as well. I was here, I had that graphic, stand by. I had to eat. I still have, I'm kind of full now. Probably won't eat the rest of this, but it was a double stack burrito. It was good. It was leftover. But I tell people when I do Mexican dishes anymore, I tell them to leave the lettuce off. Because you can heat up everything else. You could heat up everything else in a Mexican thing except lettuce. And I don't like microwaves. I put them in toaster ovens. So that's what I do. The rest is going to go in the trash. Week nine. Oh, okay. Anthony, okay. Sure. That's the Jags game. As of right now, I'm going to every home game. I might sell tickets for money. But like my 2 tickets, I might sell. But I will buy a single ticket to get in. So I will be there, or I'm planning on being. So I'll be very happy to take a picture with you, brother. Oh, your birthday? All right. So advance happy birthday in and around the beginning of November to Anthony Estrada. Wish that. I'm just watching. I'm watching whatever's on the NFL Network at this point. They're doing like Eagles correctly. It's Eagles, Cowboys stuff. Seattle will be another hot ticket. We're not playing Seattle this year. Mm-mm. No, Sharif, we're not playing Seattle this year. They're like I said, that's NFC West. Oh, preseason. Okay. Oh, okay. I see now. Preseason. Got it. Yeah. Sharif, it's the first preseason game. I'm selling. I sell my preseason tickets. Jimmy Farrell is a little over a year younger than me. So advance 59 to Jimmy. For those who don't know, I turned 60 the end of March. I turned 60 the end of March. So Jimmy's a year and about a month and a half younger than me. No worries about the Seagulls, but thank you for telling me. I'm like, we don't place yet. Yeah, we do. It's preseason games, and it's wait a sec. Isn't that? Oh, that's an away game. So actually, Sharif, the Seattle game, is an away game in preseason. it's an away game because we only have one. Oh, this is good. The Niner game is in our house. That is our home preseason game. I'm selling that fucker for as much as I can. Yeah, you heard me right. Okay. What do I think of the upcoming Madden movie? I'm actually very happy that they finally are doing a movie about John Madden. I don't know anything about it other than that Nick Cage is playing Madden. It'll be. I'm going to see if he can bring justice to the portrayal of John Madden. Hopefully so. Nick Cage is a decent actor. I said decent. I mean, somebody like Keanu, makes a lot of money, makes more than me, but sorry, I don't think that Keanu can act. Christian Bale is out there. Thank you for, because that was my next question, is who plays Al? I think Christian Bale as Al Davis, fucking spot on. Spot on. Okay. Christian Bale I'm sure will make a fantastic Al Davis. But my other point is, why haven't they made a movie about Al Davis yet? That's my question. Wouldn't that have made a better? I know Madden has the coaching and the video game and the broadcasting, so he's got a bigger story. I get it. But I think that a movie about Al Davis is well overdue. Well overdue. Don't you agree with me? I think so. Oh, that's next, Jim Hero. Good. Oh, and if Christian Bale is Al Davis, yeah, maybe they'll get that one right in the can, right? Nick Cage better hit a home run. I know Christian Bale is going to, sight unseen, Christian Bale is going to be probably the reincarnation of Al Davis. Okay. Who could play Stabler? That's a good question. I know I've been yakking for a little over 40 minutes, and normally I do it for half an hour, but I know that you just saw a screen, and if you're here and you finally said, hey, the fucker finally got on screen, thank you. I was busy, but I'm gonna put the link up. I want to see what people have to say. What are their highs and lows about the schedule? Now that I see the schedule, I didn't even know what the fucking schedule was until I got on the show. Seriously, I didn't know. But you can come into the show right now. Okay, I'll put it. I'll do it over here on Instagram. Okay, I'll always put the link because I have to fat finger it. Come into the show. Okay, and seriously, I'm gonna have to fat finger it. So if you're on, and again, there's the, okay, so there's the for everybody else. If you want to come in and talk, that'd be great. And I'm doing this because, it's very important. There are going to be, I will tell you this, the NFL Nation Live show will be next week. and we'll talk about that. There will be a show with Peggy Friday. This Friday, I believe. I'll have to check. It's either 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I'll check again. And I'll push that. Let's get got a fat finger, the NS 9 Hotel 6 SFM Bojax. Okay. So I got the link up on Instagram. Hopefully somebody will pop in. Can't say ESPN doing win-loss or they're doing. Well, I mean, that's not with 11 and 6. Okay. I hope that everybody, and I mean this, I hope that everybody thinks we're going to suck. I hope that everybody thinks we're going to suck when they have the odds. I'll probably take the over. I'll take the over on that. And I will. And we're gonna get at least a feel for how the Raiders are playing. With the Raiders going to Seattle for their first preseason game, you can't tell me that wasn't an NFL. What is it? Doing that deliberately for Pete to come back out to Seattle? Are you kidding me? That is so. What's the word I'm looking for? That is so. Playing to the money. The Raiders at Seattle for their very first preseason game. And I remember, NFL Network, week 17. Okay. Oh, they're saying possibilities were Giants at Raiders for the NFL Network. Okay. So that one might be NFL Network. According to the NFL Network. We'll see. And like Mike says, Pete Gino back in Seattle, man, that's just, and for the first preseason game, that's planned, man. That's planned. Nobody could plan that. If you'd like to come into the show, please do. We'll put it up again. The link is there. And I've been here. I know that the show was on what time? It's like 30, 15, so an hour. And I'm on an hour 15, so let's see. So 8:10. So at 8:30. Yeah, I was here at 8:30, I think. I said I was going live at 8:30, but I actually got there. But I'm looking at it geographically for my scheduling. And I think, okay. The drive, since week 2 is a Monday night game, That's gonna kick out my driving back. Hey Ed, good to see you, brother. And yes, Vintage Vice. Hey, hello, how you doing, honey? Yes, we did. We were just talking about the upcoming Madden movie there, Miss. And by the way, I'm going to let you know, darling. Vintage Vice is a very wonderful, wonderful 49er fan. Probably I don't say the only 49er fan. I don't know too many 49er fans. I don't. But if you want to, I will say this to Miss Vice. If you want to go to the Niner Raider game in Vegas, you can either come with me or I will sell you the seats. So, she's meeting Ricky Waters on Sunday. That's cool. And what's that? Back guests of the celeb boy. I can't even see. It's BKSFD celeb 661. Okay, I'm waiting it. And Miss Veronica is meeting the great Ricky Waters on Sunday. That's cool. Come on over to YouTube if you're over there on Instagram. Ed, we are going to Vegas because Ed and I are going to the Bears game. And by the way, Veronica was saying that Jim Plunkett was so nice. He's an awesome dog. Veronica, I will talk to you off show about the Niner game. There is a Niner preseason game. And it's, I don't know when it is, but it's week 2. It's the home game in Vegas. So if you hopefully you'll go to that game in Vegas. Yeah, and Veronica's saying how great looking Jim Plunkett is after all these years. Yes. You were telling me this, Veronica, because you forgot that we had this discussion, that you were telling Jim Plunkett how gorgeous and handsome he looks. And he was like, you need to get your eyes checked. And I would say the same thing to you. But yeah, Jim's in a hell of a lot better shape than I am. At least he's walking around. I went to see one of my doctors today. And for those that haven't seen me recently, you see that I am rolling around in my scooter like I did for the draft. And I have a power chair, which that will be my primary away game mobility device because it packs down a lot smaller than the scooter. I'm going to take the scooter with me to games that I have control of it via my truck. So I will probably take it to week 1 up in New England. I'll probably take it with me week 3 to Washington. But driving, okay, because remember, it's the Monday night game, so got to leave. I'll be getting back here to Florida Tuesday night. So I got to drive Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, I can still maybe make it 3 week because it's DC. So I can drive to DC in 2 days. But I will be careful, Veronica. Remember, get with me about the Niners tickets. Mets are losing 4-0. That's the greatest thing I've heard tonight. Because I saw that the Phillies were up 5-1, and then I saw that they were losing 9-7. Let's see what that score is. Hang I unless somebody can tell me what the Philly score is. They were losing 9-7. Oh, okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 12-7. Wow. 12-7. I have no clue who's pitching for the Phillies now. But they were 9-10, so they've scored another three runs. But the Phillies still got 25 wins, so that's decent. I'm looking for revenge for what you did to us. I'm looking for revenge for what you did to us. Ivan Sosa Jr. Do I know you, Ivan? Let's see here. Ivan Sosa Jr. I don't know who Ivan Sosa Jr. is. I'm a Cowboys fan. Oh, okay. Oh, for that makes sense. Ivan, I had to ask because there is I do know a Sosa family from the Sosa family of the Dominican Republic, and I'm like, ooh, I'm hoping that that's not the same. Oh, you're Sneaky G's. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for clarifying that, Ivan. I'm like, ooh, got that. You were going on some ground. Sneaky, I hope my words are okay. Backs at the I'm from the board. Okay. And you are a Cowboys fan. And yeah, we did win. We did win on thing. I was at that game. Did I tell you that, right? Bakersfield game, do you think has big greater presence between Washington and Indianapolis? I know that, and I'm this is to what FFD. I'm pretty sure the DC game is going to have a lot of Raider fans because there is a large couple of clubs within Northern Virginia, DC South, the Jersey club coming down. So I would say the DC game is probably going to be quite heavy with Raiders fans. So man, I gotta figure out. So yeah, week 5, October, but it is indoors. So I gotta check how I'm gonna drive because I'm gonna drive or I'm driving to New England. I'm gonna drive to DC. I would probably fly to Indianapolis. I'll have to check to see who I'm going to go and how I'm going to do that. Knicks are losing really bad. Yeah, but the Knicks are going to win, Jimmy Farrell. They're going to win the series. It doesn't really. Ivan, talk to me about how, like I said, with the Cowboys, and you are a Cowboys fan, and it appears that you're not a Fairweather fan, which is cool. How are you going to be in a division that, okay, the Eagles are the best team in football. They're the Super Bowl champions. Washington is a playoff team, and they're a fantastic team. How do you think that the Cowboys are going to even fare in that division? That's not a FU question. That's a question to me actually asking a Cowboys fan how you think that their team will do. will do. How do Bills, Houston, Tampa, and Rams have the easy stretch of schedule when they all made the playoffs last? Yeah, Jimmy Farrell, it's like, I'll put this one up too. It's all in who you play. It's all in who you play. If they're playing, I mean, Tampa are the NFC South has a bunch of crappy teams in it. Okay. The AFC East, Bills. Okay. I mean, who's the Patriots, Jets, Dolphins? Crap teams. So that's why they have easier strength of schedule, because they're playing crappy teams within their division, for one thing. Then you got to look at who they're playing. So put this up again. If you want to come into the show, and I hope that answered your question, back SFD celeb. I think that I would go to Washington before I would go to Indy. There's going to be a large Raider presence anyway. I can also tell you that going to Baltimore last year, there was a shit ton of Raider fans in Baltimore last year. I was there. There were a lot of Raider fans in Baltimore. That was week 2 as well. So I'd go to DC. That's my decision. So anything else? So again, if you haven't heard it already, I will be doing a show again tomorrow. I still got, piddly things that, keeps me busy during the day. Ed, give me a call after the show, Ed Winchell. Friday, Peggy and I will be discussing the new look Raiders offense and the new look Raiders defense. And yeah, I'm going to drive to DC too, Jimmy. So I mentioned Chicago, Tampa, and Vegas. I've never been to KC or Philly. Which would you also recommend? Yeah, okay. I think and thank you for that. Do we have pictures together? By the way, if so, send them to me. And I hope that I gave a good what is it? A positive appearance with you there, and I appreciate the positive as well. I would say that, and I'm from Philly. Oh, the cigar factory. Okay, yes. Sonic Ambitious is over there on Instagram. Thank you for being here, Sonic. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Send up that picture so I can. I like to know. I like to know who I'm talking to. It's the thing with me. But going to between Kansas City and Philly, you got to ask yourself this, okay? You only play the NFC in back-to-back. So the next time that we're going to Philly will be 8 years from now. If you don't mind waiting another 8 years, unless it's one of those extra games that the NFL throws at you. Remember, the NFL, the extra game this year is the Bears coming to Vegas. Last year, it was the Raiders going to New Orleans. It was the extra game, that they were throwing at you. So unless the Raiders get an extra game where they play Philly in Philly again, it's not going to happen. Son again, hello from Sunday, Cali. There you go, at 530. Can't wait for the season to start, Raider Nation. Thank you there, Sonic. I can't wait either. And, good hearing from you. I would say, if you don't mind waiting to go to Philly, I would go to Kansas City. And I'll tell you this, and the reason why is this. First off, it is a division game. It's a division game, and it means more. There is a large gathering of Raider fans for the Kansas City game. Granted, the Saturday night events might not be as packed as the ones here in Tampa. You didn't get a chance to come to my house? That's unfortunate, because I had an open house the same night from the Cigar Factory. I had an open house, and I went to the Cigar Factory. Sorry you didn't get a chance, because you could have seen the room. And the room is getting better now because I have brand new furniture, and I'm getting the furniture which has the speakers in it. I'm getting them linked up to my Bose. I have to do it physically, because my Bose and my TV are like 12 years old. Great pictures, great sound, but they're not Bluetooth. So I have to hardwire the furniture. But when I get the connector, I'm waiting on the connector. It should be in tomorrow. My room with all my Bose sound, and then the stereo sound that's in my sofa, love seat, and chair. Oh my God, it's going to be a amphitheater. It's going to be loud as fuck. But getting back to the point, I would go to Kansas City. Some of the thing that Jimmy Throw was talking about, great food. The ribs are wonderful. The food is great. And I'm going to say this, and I mean it, and don't be mad at me for it. But the Kansas City Chiefs fans, for the most part, I'll say this, the Kansas City Chiefs fans, for the most part, are fantastic people. We hate their team. They hate the Raiders as well. But the people, for the most part, are warm and engaging. And I will say this because it's Midwest thing. Minnesota Vikings fans and Packer fans and Chicago Bear fans and Detroit Lions fans, Indianapolis Colts fans, for the most part, Kansas City Chiefs fans, Houston fans, going down through all of the Midwest, they are fantastic fans. They're great fans. They are engaging fans. Most of them are wonderful fans. They're not assholes for the most part. You get the ones that are. You're going to get that. But I would go to Kansas City because there's going to be a large collection of Raiders fans there. Going to be a large, collection of like great things to do and eat. I know in Kansas City, and I still haven't been able to do it, they have the World War I Museum. They have the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. These are things that I haven't had a chance to do yet, and I still want to do. And again, great food. I would go to Kansas City 10 times out of 10 over Philly. Because I'm telling you, the fans in Philadelphia, and I'm from Philly. The fans in Philadelphia are, for the most part, assholes. Like New York fans are assholes. For the most part, Boston fans are assholes. So I'm kind of glad that the Patriots game is warm and we're getting it out of the way early. How do we feel about a new QB1 and running back? Oh, I feel good about that. Pete Carroll, is it silly to get hyped? We got something solid this time. You think it's hard not to get hyped? Yeah, Sonic, I am hyped. I'm hyped because I remember we won what, 4 games last year? 4. We're going to win double that this year. We're going to win at least 8. I mean that. I think we're going to need that. I really believe that because look, I think we're going to at least split with Denver. I think we're going to at least split with Kansas City, and I think that we can sweep the Chargers. So figure that's we're going to have at least 3 wins, maybe 4 wins in the AFC West. Okay. I think we beat Tennessee. I think we beat Jacksonville. Right. I think we beat the Browns. So let me see. And the Patriots. Let's call that a win. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think that we're going to win at least 8 games. So if we're 8 and 9, that's a great it's a great start. And then you have another year in the off season. Maybe we win more than 8, but I think the bottom. And I hope Vegas says we're only going to win 6. I hope they say we're only going to win 6. I will take that number and run. I'll bet the over on that easily. And if things go right, Sonic, we can be on the outskirts of a playoff berth this year. And this is somebody that's not, overhyped or gets over emotional. I try to look at things analytically. I think that we can be that good. Oh, I missed out. Giants. That should be a win. The Texans. That's going to be a tough game in Houston. Just like it was, the last time. I don't think we beat Houston in a while. I know we lost to them in the playoffs. I know we lost to them the last time we were in Houston. I know we lost to them at home in Vegas. So I know we lost to them when we played them in Oakland. It was the opening season, 2013. I remember. I think that was Derek Carr's. Yeah, we spoke about him. I think that was Derek Carr's first professional regular season game, and it was against the Texans. And I know that J.J. Watt, I think, got a receiving touchdown. It would have been like 2014. So that was, I remember that. So I don't think we've beaten the Texans in a while. I know we beat them. I think maybe the last time that we beat them was when we went to Houston when Al Davis died that week. I think that might have been the last time we beat Houston. Flower Heart, good to see you, honey. And Yvette C, good to see you. And hello to you, Miss Flower Heart. Good to see everybody here. But back to point, I'd definitely go to Kansas City before I go to Philly. I'm going to Philly because I'm from Philly, and I'm going to try to have a good time. I know that unfortunately, being it's going to be December, maybe I can go. I'll have to look to see what the schedule is. Maybe I can go to a Flyers game. Maybe I can go to a Flyers game that weekend, depending upon when the schedule for the NHL comes out. I have to see if because I'll bring my Captain Jack Flyers jersey and go to a Flyers game. I can't wait. But we'll see. John Wayne, good to see you there on Instagram. Pop in, be well, be well. Come on over to YouTube if you can. Come on over to YouTube. I put the link up. I actually put the link up so you can actually come into the show. But wow, it's been. I know that 35 minutes was about me not being here, so I've been on for about an hour, and we're talking about the schedules. And I'm going to put it up one more time. And you can't see it on Instagram, but I have it. So come into the show. John, I'm going to ARG 1974. Good to see you, John. I'm probably going to be at every home game. I'm gonna probably be at every home game and away game. I'm looking at the schedule. I'm probably going to be at away. I'm going to go to the Patriots game. I'm going to drive up there. Then 2 weeks later, I'm going to plan to drive to DC. I may go to I may go to Kansas City away. I may go to Denver away. Maybe. We'll see. If Sharif talks to his friend in Denver and things look good, I'll definitely go to Kansas City. Week 1, Chiefs versus Chargers in Brazil. I think that people are going to be. I think the Chiefs might start to implode this year. Seriously, I think they might start to implode because they're that Super Bowl thrashing, and it was a thrashing, is going to weigh heavily. Are they a good team? Sure, but I can't wait. I can't wait for when the Chiefs start sucking as much as they used to. Hey, Lovelock, how you doing? Good to see you. Because the Chiefs used to suck. I mean, like Cleveland Brown, New York Jets suck. And I want them to get back to that. You've been in Q? Oh my God. Sharif, I didn't see you. Shame on me. We're going to be joined, and Sharif, thank you for that. I did not even see you, and so I'm doing the hitting that. Oh, that hurts. I think I hurt myself in Wisconsin. So thank you for hitting me up. We're going to be joined by Sharif's. You got to tell me how to say your last name correctly, okay? But we're joined by Black Thanos. Black Thanos, give me a sound check, sir.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Okay. Thank you. 1 second. I got to go to the best speakers. Okay. Because there you go. And I had my earphones ready. And thank you for hitting me up saying, and now is your, hey schmuck, I'm in the fucking show. Bring me on. And thank you for doing that. So
no problem. I actually was there 3 times. I figured it had to be some sort of glitch or something. I waited a while, then left, came back.
No,
but you were covering a medley of topics from the Phillies to the Eagles fans and et cetera, et cetera. But
Yeah.
I will definitely vouch for your point in terms of depending on that person's experience going to live games. Yeah, the Philadelphia experience is not for the faint of heart,
Yeah.
especially if he's going to have a family with him or younger children, because
Yes.
because one of the places you definitely don't want your team to lose in is Philly. Not saying that we will lose, but if we happen to lose, that's the worst place you want to be.
Oh my God.
You can't even enjoy the victory. I was there Christmas night 2017, and a lot of our mutual friends, Cat, had near very heated moments with a lot of those fans there. They are a different breed. So and though I'm not crazy about KC either, but I certainly cannot assign that type of behavior to Kansas City fans. The Eagle fans have definitely earned their reputation, and if you don't have a thick skin or if you're not CMI prepared for whatever, I would say graciously choose something else.
Yeah. And like I said, that was the question. Yeah, and Sonic was saying that they're talking about how Kansas City sucked before. Actually, it wasn't really before Mahomes. I mean, when Alex Smith was their quarterback, they were beginning to get really good, and then of course Mahomes came in. But I'm talking about the Chiefs, like post the Lenny Dawson era in the '70s and the '80s. Before and Sharif, I know remember before Marty Schottenheimer came into Kansas City, they sucked balls.
Oh
They
yeah,
sucked
yeah.
balls. It wasn't
For
until
eons they were terrible. They were a doormat, and they've been so dominant as of late, last 15 years or so. Remember, we had a I think at one point a decent lead above them as far as head to head competition all time. That has definitely dissipated. I mean, their record against the former quarterback alone is 14-3. So, you know,
and the quarterback, who might that be, Sharif? I'm not sure I know who that is.
well, it sure as hell ain't Mark Wilson or Todd Marinovic. So, you know, and that which reminds me, you were making some great points about Jim Plunkett, and since so many people are expending energy about certain players coming back to retire, can we use some of that energy to get Jim Plunkett in the Hall of Fame where he
Thank you.
belongs while he's still here? Because I think that Pete Rose thing is a crock of what. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember him saying when he was still here, he did not want them to put him in after he's dead and gone. So, and I really don't even think that move is about Pete Rose. They are opening the door for the next wave of players who have the steroid cloud over their shoulders, and it's going to
That's
make it a
right.
lot easier for them to come in. So they said, well,
Yeah.
okay, we to avoid any conflict or claims of hypocrisy, let's just get Pete and Shoeless Jackson up in there now. And then, in the next 5-10 years, with all of these guys with inflated home run numbers start to, jam up the Hall of Fame, it's mainly to let those guys in. That's what that Pete Rose thing was about. But Jim
Yeah.
Plunkett, while he's here, he deserves it.
And I agree with you on Jim Plunkett. Jim Plunkett, again, other than Eli, and what is there? Oh, and Ben because Ben does have two, because we were talking about that. But Eli and Ben, but Jim Plunkett has had 2 Super Bowl wins. And until Ben got his second one, and until Eli got his second win, every quarterback has 2 Super Bowl wins is in the Hall of Fame. And are you telling me that Ben Roethlisberger, and I call him Ben Rapist Pervert. I love the way that's mine, by the way. You can have that. Yeah, I always give you credit for yours, but you got to use, if you use mine, you got to give me credit on that one. Ben Rapist Pervert with 2 Super Bowl wins. If he gets in the Hall of Fame before Jim Plunkett, that is the biggest crock of shit that I know.
Right.
So,
I agree 1000%. And by the way, Ben Rapisberger, to quote you, he's never beaten the Raiders. Well, he's damn sure never beat the Oakland Raiders. You know, we were undefeated against him. So so that's it. Well, or he's never won in Oakland. I think he beat us once when Antonio Brown had that huge game, but that was in Pittsburgh. But as far as Oakland, I think he was 0-3 all time. So we own that groper in Oakland. But you're so right. And Jim Plunkett just might be the greatest comeback story in the history of all quarterbacks. When you think where his career was, sitting behind Dan Pastorini, and the unexpected happens. A guy who could have been written off as a bust, former Heisman winner, did a stint with the 49ers, you know, was with the Patriots, comes to us, and for about a good 4-year period or so, help us establish a mini dynasty, becomes the first quarterback ever to go from wild card all the way to the championship. Jim did that. And also from a social point of view, the first minority quarterback to ever win the title.
Yeah.
So the constant dismissiveness, when you can put in bag boys like Kurt Warner and that soft defense era that he came up in. And yeah, you know, Kurt had some good moments, but because he has a broadcasting job, that seems to be the fast track to the Hall of Fame for a lot of these players.
Yeah,
just to give their staff and network more cachet. I've noticed that with a lot of these recently retired players, but Plunkett definitely deserves to be in there. And if anyone wants to support a former Raider quarterback or once a Raider, always a Raider, Jim Plunkett is that man to get behind. So let's get him in that Hall of Fame somehow while he's still here to be appreciated and that he can appreciate it. Because I have a feeling Eli will go in simply because of the Manning name, and he beat Brady twice. You can't ignore that.
Yeah.
But I agree with you totally on that. You know, that felony assaulter there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, God forbid. I was going to say, if they have the audacity, they being the NFL, has the audacity to put Ben Rapist Pervert in before Jim Plunkett, I don't know what I will be beside myself. I don't know what I can do, but I will be the biggest unbearable piece of, you know, salty sailor you've ever seen if that happens. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
And we need to get Jim Plunkett in there.
Lastly, Cap, concerning the schedule, which everyone, you know, Raider fans, we're so amusing sometimes because we're so predictable in a sense. This is that magical night of the year where we're all happy, excited, booking plans. You hear all these glamorous predictions. Oh, you know, 12-5, 13-4, 11-6. That sounds good in May. You know, just wait a while. That's all I got to say. But I will agree with you, Cap. I think the sensible and practical number for this team as it looks right now is between 8 to maybe 10 wins at the ceiling. And I would be deliriously happy with that because there's still some question marks with this team. And that schedule is not a cakewalk. The first month alone, if we're not careful, we could find ourselves at 1-3. When you look at those first 4 games, and I'm also glad that they finally broke the trend of giving us 2 games on the road, it seemed like every year, and having to wait to week 3 to to start in Vegas. Whereas I think there's a fight out there with Canelo. So they probably have to do what they have to do at the stadium, and that's why that Charger game is a Monday night game.
Yep.
And then we'll be back on the road and then return there the following week. But that Patriot game is going to be extremely interesting. And as I stated in the comments, I believe we have to win big. You got to set a tone. You didn't bring Pete Carroll here. You didn't make Chip Kelly the highest paid OC in history to struggle against a team that drafted before you, who's still trying to find their way as well, because that will set a bad tone as far as I'm concerned. Come out with a bang. Maybe Genty can recreate that Earl Campbell sensation in '78 when that rookie took the league by storm. That would be beautiful. That would be the optimum scenario, because we're honestly going to need that. But we got to come out with a bang, because LA, well, we don't play in LA until later in the year, but we've yet to beat the Chargers in LA in that place SoFi. It's time we correct that. And again, I wish the Houston game wasn't so late in the year, because that was really one of my top games I wanted to travel to. But it's probably going to be unlikely, being so close to Christmas, because the trip coming back into New York a couple of days before Christmas, forget about it. You want to talk about rape? Forget about it. They're not going to care that I live out here. They're going to charge me like a tourist going to see the tree and 34th Street and all that stuff. So anywhere before Christmas, if you think about flying to New York, you might as well rent a car, come by train or something, but to fly, forget about it. So I might have to miss Houston, though, I prefer not to. But, those are the breaks. And I heard you tell a viewer or commentator earlier that, yes, the Washington game, expect a heavy Raider turnout, possibly with the New England game as well. That entire region where you have so many underserved Raider fans who don't get to travel as much in the VA area, the Maryland area. Here in New York, where I'm at, we're only a few hours up, 95 North. So every Washington game I've been to over the years, and oddly enough, this year will be week 3, just like that infamous Washington game in 2017. That was week 3. But we expect.
I don't know. I do not know what you speak of, sir. Week 3 in Washington. I have no clue what you're talking about. None.
Oh, Cap, you must be you're in hardcore baseball mode. You probably totally forgot when we were 2-0 and rolling. Just put up 45 points against the Jets, and everyone's feeling good in Oakland.
I remember.
And lo and behold.
I remember Marshawn dancing in that game. I don't recall what happened after that. So yeah, I don't recall at all. You are looking at me correctly. I'm hoping you gather how much sarcasm is coming.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
But the scary part is this Commander team is better than that team was.
Yeah.
And they're feeling good about themselves. They had a very deep, respectable playoff run. Most experts think they made some great off-season moves. So Pete, Chip Kelly, Patrick Graham is going to have to be on top of their game. But the Patriot game scared me for some reason, because we always seem to be snake bit by them. The last time we went to New England this early, I think, was 2020, when Cam Newton beat us. That was week 1 or week 2.
Yes,
it was very early in the year.
Yeah.
And another game, I remember going back when Terrell Pryor was with us. I think we lost a close game against them at some play in the red zone that we got some crazy call against us and ended up getting shafted out of the game. I don't know if it was as early.
Yeah, I know it. I know that there was a game the week before we went to London, and Dennis Allen was the coach. Darren McFadden
Mm-hmm.
had a touchdown off the left side of the offensive line, and they called I mean, it was a blatant, what the fuck are you talking about holding call against either Grady
Right.
Jackson. I think, well, then it would have been the right, but it was against either Grady Jackson or the center. And we're going like, what are you talking about? That is not holding. That is not holding. And they called it, and they took the touchdown back, and we lost because we couldn't put that touchdown in. And so we lost to New England. We went to London, and I think that was the I think that was the Seahawk game that when I was there with She Who Shall Not Be Mentioned. Okay.
Oh wow, London. No, I think that was Miami. We played. That's the game. Dennis Allen actually didn't make the flight back,
Right, right.
if
I
I
thought that
remember.
was,
Yeah, I think that's. I'm pretty
I
sure that was Miami. I could be wrong, but I think it was the Dolphins. We played
okay.
in that
Well,
overseas game.
I know that we put because I've been to 2 London games, and the London game I didn't go to when we played the Bears. That people said, Cap, we love you, but you can't come to any more London games because the games that you come to, we lose. So I can't go to any more London games until this team actually becomes relevant again. So I remember that.
But great memory, Cap. That's what I'm talking about. We always tend to be unlucky in that place for some reason. You know, no
Yes.
matter who the quarterback, no matter who the coach is, and they have a great incentive to come out, you know, roaring and having some of our ex-defensive players who know Patrick Graham's sensibilities. That's a great advantage to them. So we better not take that game lightly. That's all I'm saying. You know,
Oh,
because time after time they tend to jinx us. In games we should have won, like you just reminded me, that crazy holding call, Cam Newton beating us in the pandemic, and that was a close, crazy game. A game we should have won because I think we won the first week, or we were 2-0 or something like that. And
yeah.
and they, you know, we just came out so flat and uninspired. So we definitely cannot do that week one. Another thing about this year's schedule, seems like it's the first time in a long time that Miami isn't on the damn schedule, which
Yeah.
is a welcome change because that's just one expensive, humid pit stop. You know, yeah, some of the optics are nice depending on the time of season you go down there, but it's expensive, it's humid. You know, I've been there, done that. I don't really have any desire to go back to Miami to see the Raiders no time soon. You know,
Yeah.
there's always some overpriced Raider parties, you know, organized by our friends and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
um,
I mean, I last year I didn't go to Miami, and Miami literally, folks, is a drive. It's a quick drive, and I would rather go to somewhere else. And Angelo's going to join us in a little bit. I want to make sure that I see that he is there. Angelo's there. I want to say as well that for Grateful Mama over on Instagram, who's coming in from, I believe, New Zealand, if I remember correctly. I can't get you into the Instagram view because I just do this output into Instagram, and you want to be on the live video here. Come into the YouTube feed. Go to the YouTube channel, and everybody can come in there. We're going to be joined by Angelo in a minute, and then Bob after that. So we got lined up. Yeah, Grateful Mama, aka my wonderful, beautiful friend Sarah, is in New Zealand with her man. So this is we're international, man. I mean, I finally hit, because the other gentleman that was in the Philippines that came in before, I've hit the Philippines. I've hit now New Zealand, and Avakazi's in Australia. So we got that as well. So thank you there,
wow.
Sarah. Come on over, watch the YouTube channel. Now she's on Instagram, but still we're broadcasting all around the world. So again, for those that this is Sharif. Sharif, please, if you can, if you don't want to say it here, send me a voice message. I want to make sure I don't fuck up your last name, and that I'm
Oh no,
sorry that
you've
I've been
been
doing
doing
it.
well. You know, Black Thanos, aka Sharif Salakhan. You know, you've known me for
Salakan.
eons. Yes, sir. And you see me all around the country. It's great to know that we have a global audience. It's just further proof that wherever you go across the 196,940,000 square miles of the earth, there's a Raider fan. And it's nothing
Got it.
like the nation. So
Yeah.
with that said, the schedule's here. Everyone, you know, draw out your strategy, draw the battle lines, book those hotels, and God willing, you'll see the deliverer of wins, Black Thanos, on the road.
Hey, we'll talk about Denver for obvious reasons,
Oh
my
yes,
brother.
yes, most definitely. I gotta talk to her
Yeah.
shortly now that the date is official. So and
You got
confer
it.
with you, my friend. All right, Kat.
Yeah, yeah. And before you go, I want to tell you why I pronounced your name like I did. And one of the reasons why is because Angelo will back me up on this. In Tagalog, when you see the two A's, you pronounce each vowel correctly, or each vowel individually, because it really pisses me off whenever I hear people call it the USS Bataan. It's not the USS Bataan. That is a
Right.
bastardization. The correct way to pronounce that is Bataan, which is why, and again, yeah, all Americans are going to pronounce it incorrectly. They're going to say the Bataan Death March. No, it's the Bataan. That's how
That's
I
right.
say it. So when I see the two A's, I gave each of them their own due. But I'm going to remember now. It's just Salah Khan.
Yes, my friend.
I got,
You know, just straight and
got it.
forward.
You got it.
Like
Okay, and Ron McClain, we can't wait to see you as well.
okay. But thanks again, Cap. See you on the road and be talking to you before then, of course.
You got it. You got it, brother. You take care.
Thanks, Cap.
Black Dan is out. Good to see him. Good to see him. We're gonna have again and Al Cortez. Good to see you over there on Instagram. Al, come over to come over to YouTube. Sarah, if you can, go to YouTube. I think I gave you my YouTube channel. Come on. If you're busy, I get it. If folks, if you want to see a beautiful lady, and I've spoken to, there's been a couple that I've already spoken to. Remember, Becky Gutzler was in here. I said I was talking with Becky over there with Veronica over there on Instagram. Beautiful lady, the Niners fan, and then Sarah, who's a beautiful Raider fan. So I've gotten the chance. Now we've been talking. So hopefully, if Becky wants to come in, and Sarah would come in, and then I said Veronica, the Niner fan, she's still over there. Emac, I'm sorry. Somebody get rid of that friggin'. Somebody get no. You don't have to subscribe. No. You can just come in. You can subscribe to the channel, but it doesn't cost you anything. You don't have it to subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. You just subscribe to get to the I don't think you have to. I don't think you can subscribe without having it cost. I'm gonna bring in my buddy the Filipino. I doctor and I don't Angelo. By the way, I'm sorry if it offends you. If it offends you, I swear I won't do it anymore. But I have fun with that because
I'm from the generation of not being offended. We had comedians like Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor when I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? I think that nowadays everybody gets a little too sensitive.
But yes, but you know that I don't want to offend my friend. And I tell people this. I said, if I do something and it pisses you off and you don't say anything, that's your fault. I can't fix a problem if I don't know it exists. So that's why I said.
Okay. Well, that too, and Cap, just to give the audience context, your wife is Filipino. So technically speaking,
No,
it's kind of like.
Remember, Angelo, you're wrong. My wife is not a Filipino. She's a Filipina. Because if my wife was a Filipino, that means that I swing.
You swing a different way. Yes.
I swing the wrong way. I have a Filipino wife, Filipina.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Angelo's wife is Filipina. She's got 2 tits in a box. I'm just saying it. It's 2 tits in a box. They're anatomically female. That's the greatest thing about Filipina. So,
well,
there you go.
I bring it up.
Go ahead.
No, I bring it up because I'm sure you'll remember this because you watched Seinfeld also. But you remember that before Breaking Bad and before Malcolm in the Middle, that great actor was actually a character in Seinfeld. He was the dentist. And I don't know if you remember the episode where he turns Jewish just so he could say Jewish jokes, and it's not offensive anymore because he's Jewish. But it's good to see you on a Wednesday night, Cap. I'm assuming the Wednesday night show is obviously to talk about the schedule release and everything else about the scheduling. So let me ask you first, on the away games, because I know you come to the home games, but on the away games, are you planning on making all the away games, or are there going to be some away games that you're just not going to be at?
As of right now, I'm not going to all the away games. I am planning on New England because I've never been there. I'm planning on DC because I've never been there. For a Raiders game. I went to a preseason game when I was stationed in Virginia because I won free tickets. And the thing I remember, so I went because it was just like a 2-hour drive. So I went to a preseason Redskins game, and the only thing that I remember about it is that they had a streaker. Okay, and that's everything. I talked to the wife about it, and she goes, "Joe, remember that when we got to the DC game, and that guy was streaking, and you could see his bayag, which is for those who don't know what bayag means, that means balls in Tagalog. We're talking about." And so that's how she remembers it, is that you go to got them to see the game, and all you see was that guy's bayag, and I as soon as I ain't watching no fucking naked dude, so I didn't see that. But and Angela, you have spoken with my wife, and am I far off? Am I far off?
No.
Of my
no, you were actually you were my no, you were perfect. My wife was listening, and she was like, "Wow, Captain Jack's pretty good at the pronunciations of Tagalog," because again, it's ironic to me because the Philippine language, in terms of the alphabet, you basically sound everything out. But that's also why we have, or for the most part, unless you were able to assimilate in American culture, you'll have that little bit of an accent. And it's because of that alphabet. So I remember growing up, my grandmother would always used to call Berkeley, Berkeley, because, and that's where the language is. It's like you have to sound the letters out. So if there's a double letter, like you said, you have to sound it out. It doesn't, you don't blend it together. You have to sound it out. And we don't have dumb stuff like I before E except after C. Like, we don't have any of that. Basically, you see it and you sound it out. that's the alphabet.
Yeah. And the other thing is that you have to remember, though, that there are colloquialisms from the region, because if you're from New England, you know that town is called Worcester. It's not Worcester,
right?
It's Worcester,
right?
Because that's how they say it. So you got to know the individual things like that, and that's why. And by the way, folks, I'm telling you this. If you fucking play Monopoly, It is the goddamn Reading Railroad. It's not the Reading Railroad. It's Reading. It's I know it looks like it says Reading. It looks like you're saying the Reading Railroad. It's the Reading fucking Railroad. Please, for me, when you play Monopoly from now on, and you're going to say, I want to buy the Reading Railroad, and people are going to look at you if they don't know. They're going to say, are you fucking stupid? And you're going to say, no, I know how to pronounce the name because it's a town in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Okay. We all know this shit. It's Atlantic City stuff. It's Baltimore stuff. It's Philadelphia stuff. The B&O is the Baltimore and Ohio. That's what the B&O Railroad is, the Baltimore and Ohio. This is what you need to know. It's the Reading Railroad. So for me, and it's the USS Bataan. Even though we're going to pronounce it incorrect, it's the Bataan. Yeah. Angelo, enough of the good stuff. I can't wait to come out there. And yes, I'm going to be at every home game, most likely. The away games, getting back to the point, I'm planning on going to New England. I'm planning to go to DC. I'm probably going to skip Indianapolis.
Really?
Because I've been to Indianapolis. Yeah, I've been to Indianapolis like 3 times. And there's really nothing there other than my ex-girlfriend. There's nothing in Indianapolis for me. And, you know, the one time I went to Indianapolis, and yes, folks, my ex-girlfriend is a lesbian. So and the only guy that she loved, and I'm very proud to say this, she goes, she knows me by my real name, by the way, and she would say, my real first name, you are the only man that I ever really loved. And yeah, she was married to some asshole. And so I think that is the greatest thing that I can ever say is that my ex-girlfriend, the lesbian, said that I'm the only man that she ever loved. So that meant, and she lives in Indianapolis. Okay, so that's there. But again,
well, I was gonna say
probably
if you do change your mind about Indy, that's where Stu's at. So you'd be able to see Stu in Indiana if you were to go to the Colts.
If I get a hold of Stu, I'd go to Indy because of Stu.
Right.
I would go to Indy because of Stu. That's the only reason why I would go up there. In fact, thank you for reminding me. That would be a reason to go. Is Stu. That's the only reason to go.
And you told me going. Oh, really? That's a maybe. Okay. All right.
Maybe. Okay. The reason why I say maybe is because the 2 gals that I was with at the draft, Glitz and Glam, the Kansas City gals, they're wonderful. The fans are wonderful, and I would go with them. But I would also dress down. I would make sure that I kept my chains, my metal chains, knowing how dicks they are. I would keep my metal chains to a minimum. So I would say, oh, what are you going to say? So fuck you. I would make it mostly all, I'm on auto join. Okay. Just go to the show, Sarah, and don't worry about subscribing. You can just hit the show and hit the link. Okay, and EMAC says, EMAC being the dick that he is, I will make a bet with you that the Raiders don't make the playoffs. No, I'm not going to take that bet. I will make a bet with Vegas that they will go do the over, and I will place a bet in Vegas that the Raiders will make the playoffs because it's fun money. But fuck you, EMAC. I'm not making a bet with you about I don't think the Raiders are going to make the playoffs. Why would I bet something like that? I am a realist. Okay. If the Raiders make the playoffs, I will wear a Raiders hat. So will I.
You're going to have to do more than that, EMAC.
Yeah.
The over, the Vegas over under, what I checked was 6.5. If you bet the over, So me and my wife were having this discussion about how many games, and what I was saying is we have to again strip away the excitement. This is first year for a head coach, first year for Chip Kelly. So all first years, if you overperform, that's great, but I'm not going to expect you to overperform. So Vegas has the Raiders right now at 6.5. So I was like, yeah, you could bet the over because I could see the Raiders winning 7 games. I could also see the Raiders, winning 6 games. So what for me, Cap, I expect them to win 2 more games than last year. If they don't win at least 6, then the season would be a failure. Even with all the learning and everything else, as long as you at least win 6, that's fine. But if you start to go over that 6, the only reality of making it to the playoffs would be if somehow the Chargers blow it and the Broncos blow it, because all those 3 division winners are 3 playoff people are there for a reason. So I don't really see Kansas City having a drop off this year. And I don't see Denver not getting better. I can't see Jim Harbaugh not getting better either. So I just, I don't know. I guess I think that the way I set it up in my head is we'll go 1-1 against our own division. So we'll win 1, we'll lose 1, we'll win 1, we'll lose 1 across the board. So making it to the playoffs will be about playing the other teams, which is why I was waiting for the schedule, because I kind of wanted to see how it was going to work out. So I want to get your opinion on this, Cap, because you've been watching the Raiders for decades. Have you ever seen a nicer schedule? And I say nice in the sense that, did you, number one, notice that the majority of our games, all the way up until the tail end, are all one's away, then you come home. One's away, then you come home. And it basically goes away, home, away, home, away, home, all the way until like week 15. Yeah. So I'm like, wow, that's nice. Okay. The second thing I noticed was week 8 is the bye, so we get a halfway point bye. So I was like, okay,
I said
that's nice.
I said
right.
That. Yeah.
Okay. Now here's another one. We got 2 Monday night football games. I was like, and you're giving us the Cowboys on Monday night, and you're giving us the Harbaugh versus Pete Carroll Monday night. That's great. That's definitely must-watch TV. And then we didn't get any Sunday night games. We did get a Thursday night Prime Video game. So that should be nice. We get a Thursday night game. But I also noticed on the back end, and this is why I wanted to ask you in terms of, have you seen us have a nicer schedule? Maybe because of location, Cap. At the tail end of everything, when we play Monday night Cowboys, then we play again the Browns at home, right? So that's that's a short week, Monday to Sunday. The next game is the Chargers, which is really kind of a home game. So that's like 3 home games. Then the next game is at home again with the Broncos. So that's 4 home games. So basically for 4 weeks in a row, we basically got 4 home games before we go to Philadelphia. So that's why. So in the history of watching the schedule, have you ever really seen it this nice? It's almost like, I don't know if Roger Goodell was like, hey, what might be nice is if we give the Raiders a chance.
No. I know for a fact. Okay, I'm being facetious when I say this. When I say I know for a fact, but Roger Goodell and Bob, I see you, Bob, and hopefully Bob's standard won't drop out. I'm sorry, I'm having such a great conversation with Angelo. Bob's standard I love because he was in the back for a long time as well, and I can't remember who I was having, and he was there just letting me and the other gentleman flap my gums. So, but Bob is awesome for waiting because I like to do a one-on-one conversation.
Right.
You are correct. This schedule is the best I've seen that I can remember. It might not be the best ever, but it's been the best that I've seen in a long time. And the reason why I say that is this. I said before, I bet you they're going to fuck us with a game in New England in December or January. They're going to give us the fucking New England game in the coldest. No, we start out with New England. And then I said, and there's probably going to be, they're going to fuck us in either Philly or DC cold. Well, they did give us Philly and cold. That's true.
Right.
But they only gave us one. Of the 3 games that you can do balls fucking cold, it's only one, and it's Philly. And it's 10 days before Christmas, which isn't bad because I thought it might be around Christmas. Now, Houston being a couple days before Christmas, I will say I'm going to drive to New England. I'm going to drive to DC, and that Monday night game is going to. I might have a little bit of a, but thank God DC is only like a day and a half away, because I'm probably going to stop in South Carolina and pick up Hollywood, and maybe we'll go to DC there since the schedule's out. I gotta after this show, I got to get all my hotel rooms lined up, so I got to do that. But yeah, no, the fact they have a bye week in the middle of the season, the fact that they don't have and Sharif even said this, that they didn't give us 2 fucking away games at the beginning of the year, and then we get our home opener week 3. They've had that for like the last 3 years or so. They fucked us there. So they only gave us really, really one cold weather game in Philly. And okay, the Denver away game is a short
Could
week.
Be cold. Could be, maybe though.
Could be cold. November. But that's the only other cold game that you're looking at, because Houston in December is indoors.
Right, exactly.
Maybe the tailgate might be cold, but Houston in December is indoors. Philly.
Well, that's what I was going to say too, Cap. Is if you look at our last 3 games, they're all indoors, indoor for the last 3 games of the year.
Yep. Yeah.
So
I love this.
So Cap, do you believe that maybe it was luck, but doesn't this look to you like a very fan-friendly schedule in terms of if you want to go watch the Raiders, it's kind of a fan-friendly schedule?
Yeah, it is. And I that's why I said I'm probably going to go to all of the home game. Yeah. And Matt said that the Thursday Denver game is going to be cold. That's one reason. Another reason, unless Sharif gives me a reason, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Sharif might have his friend has friends.
Right.
If Sharif gives me a reason to go to Denver, I probably won't go to Denver because of the way that the schedule hits. But yeah, I'm going to be driving to, New England and DC, and I'm hoping that the Red Sox are playing in September. Then maybe I can go to Fenway, because I want to go to. I haven't been to Fenway. I want to go to Fenway, and maybe even the Washington game. Maybe I can go see a Washington Nationals. Maybe the Phillies are in town. We'll see that. But the way it is, Kansas City, I would go to because of the like I said, the fans for the most part are wonderful in Kansas City. The fans for the most part are great there. The fans in LA and the fans in Denver are fucking assholes. They're fucking assholes. And I'll tell you that. Yes, I am a season ticket holder. EMAC's over there on Instagram. I'm seeing your shit. Philly in the afternoon in December might not be that bad. Yeah, I got you. It is a 1:00 game. Again, I'm from Philly. It just depends. It could be balls. At least it's not a night Philly game. Like the last time when we went, was it the Christmas game? Was like at night. The last time we were in Philly was at night. It was fucking cold. And I wasn't there, but I remember watching on TV. But yeah, I like this. I like this. Raider Way, thank you for being in here as well. But yeah. By the way, I'm gonna go ahead. One more.
Go ahead, Cap. No. Go ahead, Cap. You're gonna bring in Bob. Is that what you're about to say?
I'll bring in Bob so you can meet Bob.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because I don't know if you've ever met Bob, but we're gonna bring Bob in. And Bob,
Hey, what's up?
Bob is he's the most patient person I know, because he was in the background the last show and he was at a wedding and he was chilling and waiting. And I said, Bob, he said, no, and he gave me like the hand. No, we're good. He gave me the hand. I'm good type thing. And it was good. And thank you for that, Bob. Bob's awesome. I don't know how the parking is in DC, but yeah. Go ahead,
hey,
brother.
Cap, real quick, can I answer Raider Way's question? Do you see it in the comment?
Yeah.
So
yes, go ahead.
That right there, the answer to that question, Raider Way, is they actually, because of the schedule, they changed the location. So it will no longer be at Allegiant, but they are figuring out where, if it's going to be located in Vegas or another like iconic type venue. But they took it out mainly because, there's a lot of football obviously going on. And that's the Monday. So if you think about it, the fight itself is scheduled that Saturday. Well, that's the Monday night home opener. So there's way too many things Raider-wise to try to put Canelo versus Crawford at Allegiant. So they just moved that. That news happened when they found out about the schedule, essentially. So that's your answer to the boxing. And anytime any of you chat people have questions on the boxing, you know who to ask. Bob, so I'm talking to Captain Jack about the schedule, right? And this is where, again, man, and Cap, me and my wife, we were going back and forth at it. She was like, "You're not a real Raider fan, man. I can't believe you're saying all this." So I was trying to tell her that I kept saying, look, I'm lowering my expectations because I'm trying to give them a chance. I realize this is the first year. It's the first year for everything. Chemistry matters. You got a whole load of coaches. So I said, what's so bad about if we only won 6 games and the rest of them were fun anyways? And she's like, no, man, we're totally going to make it to the playoffs. And you're not if you don't think we're going to make it to the playoffs. And I just kept saying, listen, is it ever possible for any team in any given year to make it to the playoffs? The Reds or the Washington Commanders proved that last year. I don't think anyone, I mean, like, seriously, I want to find somebody who said, oh, 100% the Commanders are going to go to the playoffs. No way. Because it was brand new, new ownership, new everything, and then it was a new quarterback. So you couldn't know that they were on a run where they honestly were one game away from possibly making it all the way. So having said that, Cap, now that I've seen the schedule, very fan friendly. I love it. Like, right. Everything about it, even weather's cool. But in my heart of hearts, I still will not be disappointed as long as we hit 6-game win. Anything past 6 games to me is like a bonus. So the hot dog is the 6 games. And then if there's a mustard and ketchup and relish and whatever else you want to put on the dog, that's fine. But I want to at least get a hot dog.
Yeah, no onions, man. You know that with me, Angelo.
Yes, sir.
No onions.
Yes, sir.
No
even in Chicago, Cap. Even when you go to Chicago for a Chicago dog.
No. Folks, if you don't know me by now, and Angelo's been with me, and we have had dinner together. Here it is, real easy. No fucking onions. And I know that I have a lot of Mexican gals that like to cook, and I tell them, I said, I love Mexican food. That's why I was eating, today. I said, but no onions. No onions. Oh my God, no onion. And they put onions on it. And I'm like, no, I don't do onions. I don't do onions. So, and they said that, and Sharif does make a point though. And it's true. If you just wanted to win just 6 games, you could have kept AP. No, see, Sharif, if you kept AP, we wouldn't have Geno Smith. We wouldn't have Chip Kelly. So it's that if you having those guys brought in everything else, having fucking, I'm forgetting the name of our fucking coach, Pete Carroll. Having Pete Carroll brings in Chip Kelly. It brings in Geno Smith. It brings in all the professionalism. Okay, and again, AP is a great guy. He's a great guy. He's a shitty coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's it there. There's no prejudice in that comment at all. It's not that he's a black coach. It's not. He was a shitty coach, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, he's
Bob,
good. He's good at a defensive coordinator, but not a coach.
so Bob,
No,
how
it's
many games did you?
actually? I think that he's okay as a defensive coach, but he was okay. He was a better linebackers coach than he was as a defensive coordinator because he was never coordinator while I was here. He was okay as a linebackers coach because Graham was the defensive coordinator. But and again, no hate and discontent. That AP is a great people's players coach. Love him. He's a great guy beating the drum and banging everything, and it's great. Okay, but he sucked as a coach, and you could tell that when he had like he was never writing shit down. I never saw him with like fucking papers on the sideline, for stuff that. Did you ever see? I mean, at least Dennis Allen had that fucking stupid pencil behind his ear every fucking game, or actually it was a Sharpie. But because he was using it, and AP, no. So
Can
again,
I,
and I like
I also
AP.
just say, oh, Cap, no, just for Sharif to know this, none of us believe that. To be fair to AP, he went from linebacker coach and got elevated to head coach right off the bat. So in truth, we won't know how good of a coach AP really will be until 10 years from now, once he's gotten his chances and all the stuff. I think that there's no question, though, whether you're in the chat or you're a Raider fan for forever, that Pete Carroll, who has already proven to build programs like USC and win a Super Bowl in Seattle and understand, like, there's no question that he is a very CEO-like head coach. And one of the ways you could really tell as a Raider fan now is when you listen to the press conference with John Spytek, and then also the guy who's like the head of scouting, Brandon. They both spoke about how Pete Carroll goes to every floor, Cap, and actually hands them an assignment for the floor so that nobody crosses each other's assignment. So it's like everyone basically has to report to Pete Carroll, and Pete Carroll's the cook. He's the chef. But he's kind of like, hey, you're going to do the sauce. Hey, you're going to do the dishes. Hey, so I am excited about that, which is, again, why, Cap, I keep saying 6 is the limit for me. Anything less than 6, I'm going to be pissed. But anything more than 6, I'll be pleasantly surprised. So with that said, I want to know from Bob.
My floor is 7. I'm like you on that. My floor is they need to win at least 7 games. That's my floor. And Bob, there you go. Oh, Bob has somebody nice peeking in over the shoulder. Hi. There you go.
That was my wife. That was my wife.
Good to see the wife. There you go. With the heart. There you go. Hey, at least you bring your wife in here when I tell Jimmy Farrell that he has to bring his girlfriend on it. She's so very shy, and she's a good-looking gal too. And I'm gonna tell this to everybody. I'm going into Pittsburgh next year. I'm staying with Jimmy Farrell, so I got my Pittsburgh accommodations. And thank you, Jimmy Farrell, for that. So I don't have to worry about the overpriced fucking hotels in Pittsburgh for next year. And we're gonna have a great time in Pittsburgh. But
Cap. And again, real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say real quick on the chat. Did you notice, I saw it today, the person that's playing Al Davis for the John Madden movie that's coming out next year? And they showed a picture of him too. I was like, this is crazy amazing. It's Christian Bale, Academy Award nominee.
Yeah, I asked
Christian Bale.
Yeah. And Christian Bale is kind of like the I can't remember the method actor that played Lincoln, Daniel Day-Lewis. he's a method actor. He immerses himself in that role. I have no problem with Christian Bale playing Al Davis, but I tell you what, and it's been said here, and I'm sure you guys will agree with it. If Nicolas Cage fucks up playing Madden, he will hear from every Raider fan out there, dude, you fucked that up. And we don't know who's playing Stabler. That's something we got to probably find out. But
right.
Yeah, there you go. Al would be flattered. He would be. If Al knew that Christian Bale is playing him in the movie, and that's why I asked, why haven't they made an Al Davis movie yet? That's somebody that needs to have.
This might be the one, Cap. This might because when they do a biopic movie like this, at times it also could be like if it's credited correctly, the Academy could recognize it. So as scary as Nicolas Cage may be as a prospect, this could also be a very Nick Cage type. I want to get a nomination for an Academy Award where he'll gain the weight kind of thing and really look the part of John Madden and do all the correct boom pows and whatnot. So, you know, he is a good actor, Cap. He's acted a lot. The guy knows his stuff. So
yeah.
Hey, how are we gonna watch? How are we gonna watch it?
It's being built by Amazon. So it'll go into theaters first, and then it'll end up on Amazon Prime.
Okay, so it is going to the theaters and then going on Prime. That's good.
I think that's so. Good. My brother, he always sends me all the press releases right away because the newest one that he just sent me today is you would remember this is around your time, Cap. So I obviously remember it because of the boxing world. I don't know if you would remember this, Bob, but in 1980, the U.S. boxing team all died in a plane crash. I don't know if you remember this at all, but it took a lot for the USA boxing program to get back in its legs. But in the next Olympic in '84 in LA, that's one of the greatest boxing teams we've ever had. We had Pernell Whitaker, Meldrick Taylor. And then that's the year that Evander Holyfield, he was in it. He won the bronze. He didn't even win the gold, but we won 9 gold medals. Virgil Hill won the silver. So my brother sent me the whole thing today about Jamie Foxx is they're already filming this new movie where they're going to tell that 1980 story and how it was rebuilt. And Jamie Foxx plays the coach who rebuilds it and the whole bit. So that's the latest and greatest from Hollywood. If any of you were interested in stuff like that.
I like that. I like it.
Right. So, but Bob, I was going to ask you because I haven't heard yet. How many games are you projecting? So Cap says 7. I'm saying 6. How about you?
I say 9 to 10.
Wow. And you'll be upset if they lose less or if they win less than 9?
No, I always expect high expectations for this team. Especially with the new regime, I'm feeling we're gearing up. Pete Carroll says he wants to win now. We're gearing up to win right now. We're here to take down our division opponents. We're here to take down the Chiefs, take down our everybody, whoever steps in our way.
I like it. He's got the rogue attitude.
No, and I did say that. I said I can see 8. If they win less than 7, that's where I said I'm going to be pissed because I can see 8 wins. 7 would be okay. They didn't get that 1 win, but I tell you, if things shake, because remember, maybe Herbert gets hurt again. Maybe Mahomo, and I only because I do the when the guys
we get it, Cap.
That's not a
Kermit the Frog.
And what?
Right.
And the guy who does Chris Collinsworth, and they call him Patrick Mahomo. But yeah, maybe he gets hurt, or maybe the Chiefs have an off year. Okay, I'm still waiting on the Chiefs to have an off year, but we'll see. And maybe this is when they finally said the Raiders are building up. we got the best division in football. We do got the best division in football. And we got to make, that's why I said, that's why I'm hoping that the Vegas line is 6.5. I will bet the over, and I will hopefully win money on it, because that's the bottom line. The Raiders need to win at least 7. They can win 8. They can have an 8 and 9, and that's a fine year, because again, you had 4 wins last year, and you're building a brand new. It's a rebuild. It is a rebuild, and we're going to have to do the things to do that. But you get Pete Carroll and Spytek and Chip Kelly time to do what they do, and with Patrick Graham here. Patrick Graham did interview for a coaching position. I think Patrick Graham was probably going to be the coach of the Jaguars, and then they pulled that shit, and they got the guy from the Bucks, and that pissed a lot of people off, or Bucks fans anyway. I think Patrick Graham was probably going to go to Jacksonville, but good for us that he's here for another year. And I'm hoping that whoever is the defensive guys underneath Patrick Graham, learn how to build that. Granted, they got Pete there to help him out, but because there's going to need to be another guy if Patrick Graham leaves next year, and I'm hoping that continuity will do. Easy Raider, good to see you on Instagram. So, how's the VA coming? Raider Way, dude. I got too many fucking stories, but I don't want to clog the airwaves with my hate and discontent about. And let me rephrase this. My VA doctors are wonderful. The VA doctors are wonderful. It's the VA staff that handles your disabilities. I can't say what I would love to do to them, because then they'd probably hold me where they said that I need to be locked up because I'm homicidal, one of those things. But they pissed me the fuck off. I'm just going to leave it at that. The VA doctors are very good in what they do. It's the administrative staff doing their fucking job that can suck from under my balls. And I'm going to say that. Bob, you're saying, I'm agreeing with Bob. I think we can have 10 ceiling. If things go well, 10 ceiling, 10 and 7. I'm not looking for it. I say 7 and 10. 7 and 10 is my bottom. 10-7 is my top. And I'll leave it at that. 10s and 7s. But they better win 7. The Bishop.
Yeah, we actually
shalom as well to you there, brother.
We actually have a quarterback now. We don't have some, hot garbage, Minshew, some random stupid quarterback now.
Man, how you doing? Yeah,
because like what Minshew brought in just because what, like, because what Max Crosby said, oh, hey, little ass boy. Now if Mahomes gets hurt, now little ass boy is Mahomes' backup, and if we play the Chiefs and Minshew has to come in, then yeah, good luck. Max Crosby is going to sack you.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you there too, Bob. I think the biggest concern. The biggest concern, and I've seen the chat talk about how we need another wide receiver one, which I don't agree with. If there's anything that we need, my big concern is we need another running back that can take the load off of Genty, because it would be terrible if we start this kid and he starts off guns blazing. And I go back to Darren McFadden, guns blazing, gets you injured. Cadillac Williams, guns blazing, got you injured. Even Saquon Barkley, people keep forgetting. Saquon got injured. Like that's that. So I would love it if we were to sign Nick Chubb, for example, right? Or J.K. Dobbins. Like, just sign another vet who can basically be a mentor and also hold down the usage, because I don't want to abuse this kid. Like I was very thankful that Brock Bowers did not get injured last year, because as many times as we threw that guy the ball, oh my goodness, man. And high usage is not, it's no bueno, really. Very rarely in the NFL can you be high usage and never get injured. Like I said, 18 weeks is a long time. I'd love for us to really fatten up that running back room, because we already know what he's going to do. On that first 4 weeks, though, like alone, Cap and Bob, if you guys look at it, so the Patriots game and the Chargers game, that's going to dictate how we feel. All right. Because like to the Patriots, trust me, Mike Vrabel didn't just get hired and they didn't just pay all that. They probably spent the most money out of any team for free agency. So I look at us as the underdog going to New England, and I want us to win, but I won't be surprised if we lose, just because it's like, okay, all right, I'd love for us to win, but they made way more moves than we did. They paid way more money than we did. They made all these moves to win now. So if you want to talk about the team that made moves to win right now, the Patriots made moves to win now. So that's a tough one. That Chargers home game, though, that really for us, that's Monday night, national television. It's in front of the whole world. Yep. We can't lose that game, because if we lose that game, right now my prediction is going to come correct. We'll win 6. If we win that game, though, and we win it in really grand fashion, now we might get to what you're talking about, Bob. We might get to what you're saying. But that game is, and it's kind of fun that they put it on the schedule that way. Home opener on a Monday night. Is there anything better? Raiders, Monday Night Football? Come on, that's amazing.
Oh, yeah, I want to see Dante Thornton Jr.
That's Captain Jack's guy, Thornton.
Yeah, and that's why I said, for those that are saying, and I know Sharif said this, and no, we're not giving up on Mostert or Sincere, because again, Sincere McCormick, I think, is going to be that other guy. I don't think it's going to be Zeus White, and I hate saying it because I had such high hopes for Zamir White, and maybe this is the year that it clicks, but I don't know. Sincere McCormick played so well before he got injured last year, and I think that this is going to be his coming out party as the other guy. He's going to be the other guy, and I think trust me, I think that he's going to be he's going to be that other guy. He's going to live up to that, and he's going to blossom. And again, Mostert's going to be the third down guy, probably. Yeah, Bishop says White is a bust. I agree with that. But as far as the receivers, you got Jacoby Myers, and then you got the 2 rookies in Besh and Thornton. We don't need another number 1 coming in. Maybe next year we will have. Maybe next year we'll see what happens, but I don't think we need one right now. I don't think.
And Cap, you forgot. So, you also forgot, Cap. We have touchdown Tommy. Tommy Millott is a wide receiver. He's going to be playing that slot wide like Edelman right. Also. Don't leave him out, Cap. Yeah, touchdown Tommy is pretty good.
Yeah, I do. I forgot. And hey, Cap, I want to bring in Rafa, so I want to ask. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you because I know
Bob. Give me your best out the door, Bob. I want to bring Rafa in with Angelo as well. Go ahead, Angelo, real quick.
Oh no, I was just going to say, so you'll like this, Bob. So Cap obviously is the historian when it comes to Raider football, and I know you're going to say it's T3, but anyway. You'll like this one. So the comp, remember how I was saying Jack Besh, I started sending you film on Blitnick. I was like, if you look at just how they both play, right? So I'm not going to take credit for saying this because he's the one that actually said it. But then I started looking it up, and it's kind of true. So the comp for Tommy Millott, Tommy Touchdown, is, do you remember a player, Cap, in the late 60s, early to late 60s, by the name of Clem Daniels?
Oh yeah, Clem Daniels, the running back / receiving threat of your Oakland Raiders. Clem Daniels, who was actually in the Raider Hall of Fame of the people that don't know, and a very, very nice guy that I got a chance to meet him when Stabler went into the Hall of Fame. I was there at that party. I crashed it only because the 49er guy that was there who had the injury, I can't remember his name, his arm was in a permanent cast, or not cast, but a sling. He gave me the 2 tickets for the Stabler after party. So I was there with my buddy, and I met Clem Daniels. I met Carol Davis. In fact, that Carol Davis had her lady go up to me and said, bring that guy over here. So she had her secretary approach me because Carol Davis wanted to talk to me because I was all dressed up, obviously, and it was cool. And then she had the big, I'm thinking he's Samoan, but he's the big bodyguard that goes out with Al, and then eventually with Carol was there. And I already told him, I said, hey, I know already not even to ask for pictures, because I know that taking pictures with Al or taking pictures with Carol, that was pure no. But it was cool that I got a chance to talk with Carol Davis, and she's still around. Thank God for that. But it was cool to talk to Carol Davis. I got a picture with Mark Davis then. I was a little heavier then, so if you see those pictures, I'm looking chunky. But yeah, Clem Daniels, I met that show as well, and that's also what the time I met. I said the greatest number 20 in Detroit Lions history. That's not a running back, and I knew who the guy was. That's why I keep telling you guys. Lem Barney was at that party, and I knew Lem Barney from his football card. So yeah, you got to meet a lot of great people at those after parties. But yeah, Clem Daniels, running, catching, blocking, everything, anything that you needed, gadget guy for the Raiders. So great to have him. But great pick up on that, Angelo. Don't go away, Angelo. Bob, anything else real quick but before I get the Rafa in here?
I'm just well, what about that nose tackle or something that we got, that he was a rugby player or something that we
So that's Lockie Tassi. He
oh
actually will still be with our team because he's a part of the international players program. So they don't count against us. So even though we'll have 53, we'll really still have him, and we'll continue to develop him as part of the team. But yeah, he's a 300, and he's a behemoth, man. He's like 6'8", 350. He's huge. He played rugby, and I mean, who knows what he'll end up being? Maybe he'll be a defensive tackle. Maybe he'll be an offensive lineman. Who knows? We don't know exactly yet what he will be. But it's fun to have a very athletic rugby player who's a massive human. He's basically Desmond Watson for us. Although Desmond Watson still has 100 pounds over him, which is insane. So,
at least.
Oh, the guy on the Buccaneers.
Yeah. Who I know his mom, and I told Angelo, I said I know his mom. So I do know Desmond Watson's mom. She's a Navy gal here locally. So I do know his mom. I wish the Raiders would have picked him up, but it makes sense for him to sign with the Bucs locally. But Bob, hey, thanks, Bob, for popping in again. I appreciate you being as accommodating and waiting. Rafa's the same way. Rafa's in the back room, and he's always there, and he nods his head and waits, and I appreciate it. And I normally don't like to do 2 screens or 3 screens, but I figured tonight we will do that because we're talking about things that we all love. But Bob, thanks again, and tell your wife she's welcome anytime. Remember though, she's got to find a friend for me though. That's the only thing I said. Anytime that there's wives, even Angelo knows this. You know, you got to bring one for me. That's all I'm saying. You got to bring one for me.
Hey, Captain Jack. Hey, it was always the good time, especially we met during the Raider Nation Explosion events that I've actually been to.
Yes. Yeah. And are they? I haven't seen anything about that. I don't know if Mob's doing that this year. I didn't see anything about it.
I don't know. I haven't heard. All I heard was that summer kickoff. I haven't heard nothing. I haven't heard from Raider Tone or Mob Boss about any information about this upcoming summer event. So I don't know.
Yeah, you would think that it would have been out by now. So I'm guessing that maybe it's on hiatus, because I know they did it last year. I wasn't able to go last year, but I would think that they would have probably put those events out by now. So if not, then we'll wait, because my boss and Tone will have great events when they are available and can. And just because that they're not doing it doesn't mean that they've forgotten it. Just like Raider Fan Convention, just because you don't know. And I do know that Raider Fan Convention is going to be in San Diego, I think, in August. I do know that there's a Raider Fan Convention in August there. So I'm planning on going to it in San Diego. And again, Bob, hopefully to see you. Remember, your wife got to bring one for me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. just keep you happy. Take care, Bob. We'll see you on another show, brother.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
That's awesome, man. I live vicariously through you guys who have the tattoos. I don't, but I live vicariously through you. Take care, Bob.
All right, you guys too.
All right, that's Bob. And Jack says he's going to Bakersfield. I'm not. No, not going to Bakersfield, but say hi to everybody in Bakersfield. We're going to bring in one more. We're going to bring in, and Kenna, you can come in as well. I mean, this is a large show, well over 3 hours. But remember, 35 minutes of it was nothing. It was a placard that said, "I will be back. I'm eating." So the first 35 minutes. So yeah, so we're on for 2.5 hours of actual screen time with me. Rafa, how you doing, brother? I want to hear from you, and then we'll get back to more things between Angelo. What's your thoughts on the schedule, brother?
Right now for the schedule, right now I'm feeling pumped right now, because I do believe that we have a very realistic to the season, could be like 4 wins, 3. I mean, probably we're gonna have to like the defense if they're gonna stay healthy, because first and foremost, I mean, the first week against New England Patriots, I mean, that could be like an ETA 1, and then for the second week, which is like a national television channel, which is on ESPN, Pete Carroll versus Jim Harbaugh at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I mean, they're very sure about this, because check this out, because they have 2 national television games, which is Dallas Cowboys versus Las Vegas Raiders, and then Las Vegas Raiders versus Los Angeles Chargers, and they have only 1 game on Prime, which is on Thursday. I mean, which is like unbelievable, and they have like only this one. But I have a big feeling that between for the schedule, if they had to be still healthy, although the prime is going to be Las Vegas Raiders versus Denver Broncos. So I just know that about it. But I mean, they have like everything could happen about for the schedule, because it's going to be like so much more intensity. Because I understand, because my ears sort of, because if we split like a game with the Chiefs and go like 10-7, I mean, that should be really awesome, because we was play like random games with divisional rivals, and the Cowboys might be a problem. And how did the fans get out of trouble? But I see those reasons, because what's wrong with the weeks number 17, 18 to be, because right now they're like determined, because that would seem like a pretty hard to plan to see about other days. But 5-2, I can see that before the bye week. I mean, it's very plausible. With a record like that or the backfield, I mean, being possible, we can go easily like 9 to 10, like looking at the floor. But it's gonna be if we still healthy, because how interesting they got to switch it off for home and away because there's no straight anywhere. I mean, that's gonna be like a really happening because it's gonna be like a quick run through. I see a lot of chance, and that's splitting with the Broncos, Chargers, and assuming like for the Chiefs. I mean, could have been one of those sort of waves that even make like more to the players if we drop with a couple winnable one.
So I agree. I agree with you on possibly splitting with our division. I can see that. I think that we can actually. I think we can beat the Chargers twice. Yes. And it used to be, I would say, we would beat the Broncos twice, but Denver is a better team in my mind than the Chargers are. So now I think you can beat the Chargers twice and split with the Broncos. So that's me. And that's why I said the Raiders better win. In my estimation, the Raiders better win minimum 7. I can see them winning 8, but the minimum is 7. And if things go right, maybe they are a 10-win team. Maybe they are. I'm not putting it on them this first year, but if things go well for them, there's no reason why they can't be and I'm sorry, I see I'm remiss on my Instagram, folks. I'm sorry I didn't see you all until now. Raider JP and Sarah was talking about tattoos, yes. And for those that are on Instagram, you sent a request to come into the video. I can't do that while I'm doing the show on YouTube because then I have too many people I was talking to. So if you're on Instagram, please come to YouTube and get in that way. I can't have talking people here and talking people there. You know, I can't do it. You know, it's just way too much. It's information overload, especially because and Angela knows this. I gotta do things in the background as well. And you're doing a show, like for example, I got Kenna coming in, and he's not coming in yet because Kenna, smoke a cigarette real quick, buddy, because I know you're gonna have one.
Okay. Yeah.
There. On cue, Kenneth. See, you got to see these things. So if you're on Instagram, please come over to YouTube. Rafa, what's your bottom? How many wins do you project? I want to hear from her because again, Angelo said 6. Oh, okay, I got it. Sarah, get back to the States. Come over and you could be. I want to bring Sarah in here one of these days as well. Beautiful. Okay. Lady. I said, got great looking ladies.
Oh, okay.
Angelo said 7. I said 7. What's your bottom line, man? What's your bottom line? What do you think is the Raiders have got to win this amount of games to be bottom line?
Okay, so first and foremost, because I just wanted to dig close for a little bit. I mean, between for the schedule, because at the first week I see a win against Patriots. Then for the second week, I see another win against Chargers. Also for the week against Washington, I mean, it's gonna be so much harder because they have a lot of defense and Jaden Daniels, so it's gonna be L. Also for another win for Chicago Bears. I mean, in those terms, I mean like that. I mean, I can see really happen between 9, 10, or 11. Because check this out. I mean, between for the game of Chicago Bears, I mean, I can see a routine for the defense coming up there. And the Napoli Colts, I mean, which is kind of an easier win. So between for Indianapolis Colts, that's an easy win. Tennessee Titans win. I can see a divide between Kansas City Chiefs, Chargers, and of course Denver Broncos. I see another wins like Jacksonville Jaguars, win against Dallas Cowboys, L from Cleveland Browns, also another L for Philadelphia Eagles, also a win for against Houston Texans, L from New York Giants. But I can see very clearly between 9, 10, 11 because right now if we need to stay focused and very healthy because right now we have so many weapons. But the only thing is if we had Ashton Genty, we would like to secure another veteran running back or wide receiver to get involved to learn a lot of rookies because we need exactly the veteran running back or wide receiver to learn a lot of the rookies along with Jack Batch, which is totally amazing.
Okay. Well, see, and that's why I wanted to ask you. So you're saying you can see your minimum is 8?
Yeah,
Your
minimum
minimum
8.
is 8?
Yeah,
Oh,
minimum is 8.
okay. Okay. All right. Well, I like that, and but I agree. I agree with Sharif. That first game in New England has always historically been
As
a
always.
fuck you game for the Raiders recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I even go back to the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Going to New England has sucked. I'm not even talking about a fucking game in the snow in January with a quarterback that fumbled the ball that's now one of our part owners. I'm not going there, but going to New England has always been a fuck you game. And I'm hoping, because I've never been to New England, so this could be my first time in New England. One of the reasons why I'm going there, I want to make sure I hit all the places that I can. But I'd love to see him win. But just like Angelo says, don't put a W in that column right away. Right away. And Ed Winchell said the same thing. He wants to see the first 2 to 3 to 4 games before you make a prognostication. I said it last year when you saw what was going on. You know, that win in Baltimore was great. It was great, and it was fantastic. But that was the outlier of the rest of the, how bad the rest of the season was. So I want to see with a new team how the Raiders do. And for those that don't know, like I said, I'm going to put this. I'm going to take the comment down. There you go. Okay, I got to take the banner now. I want to make sure that everybody goes to Rafa's page over there on YouTube. There you go.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you
Capitan
go.
Rafuccio. I took everything off. I put it off, so make sure that you go to him on YouTube. And I'm keeping Angelo here, but that obviously hit up Reyes Boxing on Instagram. By the way, Angelo, there was a person I said that brought him over to my channel because her husband is a boxing guy. And I said, I got a guy for you. So hopefully they will come in, watch the show. And then when Angelo's here talking good boxing things, then we'll do that. Remember, Capitan Rafuccio on YouTube, and remember Reyes Boxing on IG. And I'm going to bring Kenna in here, and I say, gracias, Rafa. Tú tienes a muy bueno noche y día mañana y bendiciones por su familia total. Take care of yourself too. And
thank you, Captain Jack. Let's go.
Spanish because I don't know all.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. That's Rafa. So we're gonna get. Now I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna put that banner back up. Okay. There you go. There we go. If you're here, remember be a part. Oh no, that's the stream. Oh, wrong one. For tonight's show. There we go. I've got the wrong banner up. There we go. Come in. Go over to YouTube if you're not already there. And having said that, we're bringing in my buddy Jack Kenna, who is holding down the fort. I did not see today's show. Oh, Sarah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. See, Sarah got a chance to come over here.
What's up, Cap? What's up, Angelo?
And again,
Rob,
if you see
the nation.
See, look at how beautiful Sarah is. Look at how beautiful Sarah is. She became a member of my channel. I definitely got to find a patch for her. Because look at Sarah Keolani. I hope I didn't screw that one up because it's Hawaiian. But yeah, Sarah is a beautiful lady, and I can't wait to see her over in Vegas. Right now, she's in New Zealand. So it was hard for her to get over to YouTube. So thank you, Sarah, for being over there. And again, now we're going to have Jack come in. And I'm sorry, Jack. Yes, Jack, I was befuddled because Sarah came over here. And, you know, I'm always a sucker for good-looking gals. I
know that, Cap.
Good-looking gals. That's a nice hat.
I will say this,
Yeah,
you know, you do have some nice-looking gals that hang around you, bro.
Not too bad. I don't do
Not
too
too bad.
bad for an old fuck. You know,
Right?
not too bad for an old fuck. Yeah. And you know, it's because I'm very charming. I admit that I'm very charming. You know, and I don't say that. I don't say it egotistically. I say it because it's true. I'm very charming, or as Angela would say, I have personality. When it comes to, because you're Kenneth's saying the same thing. I have personality. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Anyway, Kenneth, you old fuck. What's your and again, I didn't get a chance to see the show earlier today. So give me a breakdown of, you know, for those that didn't get a chance to see it, the Wild Wild West show, which does air on this channel with, let me see, that guy on the far side.
Hey.
Go past the Filipino guy.
These
the
boys
other
have
guy.
all
Go
been
to the
hosts
other,
on
the
that
white
show, so thank you, gentlemen. You know, I love doing it. It's fun. I'm sorry that, you know, Alex left the show. So he's doing more stuff with
see, I
coach.
did not
He's
know.
doing more stuff with coach now. So we're looking for a KC host. So if anyone knows any KC hosts, send it out to Richie, because we're missing that piece of the puzzle right now. So Alex is having a baby. Like, again, like he's been busy with work, and he's like, you know, he's doing a lot more stuff with coach. So yeah.
Yeah, Alex has been busy. Yeah, and he's got a beautiful wife too. I know why he's been. Yeah, he's been busy. Okay, you guys get the thing. He's been busy.
Well,
Dory,
it's
good
like,
to
you
see
know,
you, honey. Dory. Well,
the schedule broke on the show tonight. So I only had, like, you know, the rumors, but it broke, you know, again, being on my phone, it broke when I was on the show tonight. So I looked at the Raiders schedule and, like, you know, again, trying to be a quick thing. We were over 2 hours. So I had to do a quick one, and I came out at 10-7. I'm like, nah, that can't be right. I don't see it. So honestly, it's like, if we talked about the floor, I will never bet against Vegas. When we were like 4.5 games last year. And so I put a nice little wad on that, and I lost my ass off of it. So I'm not going to bet against Vegas. So what I came up with was 10-7 when I did this real quick. I mean, literally just looking at it, being real quick, I was 10-7. I'm like, nah. I'm like, that ain't going to work. So I said, you know, 9-8 is probably going to be the best. And, you know, our floor, again, I'm not going against Vegas. It's going to be 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of games. We always lose a game or two against teams that we expect to win. And we win a game. And, you know, and I expect to win one game that we expect to lose. So I'm thinking 8 or 9, you know, 9-8 is what my thought process is after getting a little bit of time to digest it. You know, originally I said, like, you know, Raiders beating the Texans. I'm like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not that game. It's like when Richie's team said, like, you know, they're going to lose that game. DZ said they're going to lose that game. And I'm like, well, I thought we kind of matched up pretty good. Their offensive line kind of stinks. Our defensive line's pretty damn good. So I thought that was kind of a mismatch. But again, they do have a really good quarterback, and they do have good weapons. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will give the insight after the wins and losses were totaled up from DZ. It was like they had 10-7 for the Chargers, and Richie had 10-7 for his Broncos. And, you know, personally, again, not having, you know, a KC host, you know, for the last several weeks, I like what KC did in the draft based on their draft position. I think it was probably the second best draft in the AFC West based on where they're at and what they took. They got smart guys that take great players. But I see Kansas City taking a step back. I don't see them maintaining what they've done. So the race for the AFC West is going to be a lot closer this year than it's been in years past. And for our Raiders, I mean, honestly, if you look at our draft, I think it's like we did fantastic. But if you want to say pure starters, on this roster this year, I see 2 out of 11 picks, and it's our first 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know,
Right.
Cap, your player Porter. Man, he's got all. He's big. He's tall. He was a wide receiver, and he's going to be a cornerback. And it's like, you know, he's got the knowledge of being a wide receiver. The hands are like a wide receiver, and he's going to like played 1 year at cornerback. But can he actually pass up like a Decory Richardson, who's got, you know, all the same tangibles and playing the same spot, and you're number 1 as a rookie? Again, there's always a transition. We all know this, gentlemen. There's a transition, like when you are a rookie coming into the league and learning a whole new scheme versus you get a year behind you. So I can kind of see him possibly be year number 2, but he could be a starter in reality. And then our offensive lineman now we got, I mean, different people have different, you know, expectations. Like some people like Rodgers because he was like, you know, he's a captain. He played in like, you know, his team, you know, in the playoff game that he had. He just wants to play ball, and what's what the Raiders like. And he played left tackle, left guard, and right tackle. And then a player that, you know, from William Mary and Grant, he's nasty. He's got that nasty streak, which we all love as Raider fans. You get that nastiness, but he's come from a level 2 school. But I don't discount that because you know what? Howie Long came from a level 2 school, and he showed it from day 1. So
did Art Shell.
So I could see Grant, you know, going against, you know, going for the left guard position for this year. So I can see Grant playing over there. I like the fact that he's nasty. And playing, you know, going against Meredith, which I like. I think Parham is like the one player that is going to be like he's on pins and needles because I think Rodgers can take over his job or Kaplan can take over his job. And, you know, he can just be like a backup at center after we cut Andre James.
Well, Andre James is gone, Jack.
I know that. He's on the Chargers now. He's on the Bulls.
Yeah.
And they got him on the Super
Team, I can't wait to. Yeah. I can't wait to see Andre James. He's going to get his ass handed to him. I'm telling you. If he's starting on that offensive line, I
do have a question for you guys. What do you guys think about that international player, that, you know, Australian rugby player who's like 6'6", lost 100 pounds, and he's still 348 pounds.
And he's an athlete, and it's Lucky Tassi, correct? If I got it correctly,
I thought he would look fat. Yeah. You know, again, I thought he went on the biggest, you know, loser, like, you know, on the weight show. And I'm like going, damn, that 340 pounds. But man, he looks fit. He looks like an athlete.
Yeah. He is an athlete. Yeah, he is an athlete. So I'm thinking that, and again, we got rid of our international player. Was it Ahuga or the Mau or not Mayaga? But there was an international player that we had for 2 years.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was close. He was on our team for 2 years. Okay, and he has developed well. That he might catch on with another team. But I think that Lucky Tassi, you know, get this developmental year underneath him. The fact that he's a rugby player, and May Sanders says Tassi's a pro rugby player, so he has that athleticism in here. And they play without pads, brother. And I know that even Richie says, you know,
well, you know that Richie talks about that all the time.
Yeah, rugby. So, you know. And those are the guys that play without helmets and pads. So and for to go from that and to run and to tackle and to block and do all of those things is just going to be great for him. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, and Matt was saying he's the answer for the tush push. Maybe if we get him in for the game against the Eagles, and I said that correctly, on the 14th of December, get him there. And our thing as well is that if we run JJ Pegas as our lead back on short yardage, just like he did when he was at Ole Miss.
I was going to throw that out to Matt. I thought about Pegasus like tush push too.
Yeah,
or a fullback.
Well, but I think that he would be more along the lines of the lead block, like Perry used. And it used to be both Perrys were like lead blockers, and they did carry the ball. I know Fridge carried the ball a lot more, but his brother was also a lead blocker when he went to the NFL. But Pegas is used to being the lead blocker at Mississippi. They occasionally would gave him the ball, and he had a decent touchdown rating when he did carry.
Got seven touchdowns. I think he out of all his carries, I think almost all of them were first downs too.
Yes, and that was the other thing I was going to say. He was more in line when he carried the ball of short yardage, getting the first down. And I think that is something that maybe if they have a use for him on short yardage. I mean, my God, I would always, when we were running short yardage, didn't everybody know that the Raiders were not going to get a first down on short? I mean, I can't remember. Maybe they did, but I just can't remember. Every time the Raiders would run short yardage the last couple of years, most of the time it was unsuccessful.
Right? It's like
they would
square peg in a round hole situation.
Yeah, but they would fake the run, and they would usually throw for a first down on short yardage. Okay, that's what I can envision them doing. And Matt said it. What Tassi can stop the tush push, and Pegas is going to be the short yardage. I can see that. I really can. I can see that.
I agree, Matt.
And these guys are going to have a stay in how this team will get better. And again, I'm telling you, for me, they better win 7. If they don't win 7, I think that the players and the team did not live up to my. And I don't have the moon and the stars and the universe expectations for the Raiders. My expectations, I think, are solid. 7 games minimum. 8 is more than likely, so you basically double what you did last year. Conradi Cullen over there on Instagram, thank you there for being there.
So that came in late. Angelo, what was your floor? What was your ceiling?
Oh, I've said it on every show, even before the schedule. I already said that we're going. It's going to be 6, because 6 is Vegas has it at 6.5. 6 is 2 more games than what we did last year. But the reason why I keep saying, I was talking earlier to Cap about how me and my wife were kind of getting into it, because she's like, no, we're totally going to make it to the playoffs, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, man, I'm just being realistic, and I'm managing my expectations, because I didn't manage it last year. I was all excited for Antonio Pierce, and I was so wrong. It's embarrassing, and I'm more of an analytical guy. I shouldn't be that wrong. So I'm being analytical this time, and analytics will prove that first year everything, 6 is about fair, given the fact that we're in one of the hardest divisions in the entire NFL, given the fact that Denver already you want to talk about a team that really got their head coach's shit together. It was just 2 seasons ago that Sean Payton was like, fuck you, Russell Wilson, and I don't care that we're paying so much money, right? And he turned that bad boy around fast. So I don't know what universe people are living in if they think Sean Payton's going to get worse. He's not going to get worse. Denver will not get worse. Denver will either stay exactly the same or will be better, right? Now, hold on, Jack. Now, you look at the Chargers. Well, I thought good old Harbaugh was going to go into the Chargers situation with all that money cap problems and everything else, and I thought they were going to stink up the place and have kind of a rebuilding year. Little did I know that, he just brought in his Michigan mentality with his Michigan strength and conditioning coach and his Michigan defensive style and his Michigan everything, that he already had Justin Herbert. Now, they didn't make it far, but they made it to the playoffs, and making it to the playoffs, that's 2 already. Now, realistically, you got the Chiefs. I mean, again, man, until I see like Kelsey retires and so leaves and that happens and this happens, the Chiefs aren't going anywhere. And as much as we want to hate them, just be realistic about it. Look at the draft alone. They drafted for every single need that they didn't have a bad draft at all. They drafted exactly for what they needed. Well. And they addressed exactly what they're going to need. And I don't see Andy Reid leaving anytime soon. I don't see Travis Kelce having a bad season. Otherwise, Taylor Swift will probably leave him. So I'm just saying.
That's coming. That's coming. That's her new album. When she finally gets rid of Kelce, that's her new album.
Gets rid of him.
So it's coming.
Okay. All right.
Kicking him to the curb.
Yeah. So, anyways, so if I look at it, I don't remember a time that all four teams from a division made it to the playoffs. So if we're going off of history, Chargers made it to the playoffs, Denver made it to the playoffs, the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl. Let's just be realistic about it. Let's not pretend like, yes, do we as Raiders fans want to win every single fucking game? Yes, we do. Yes. And if you want to go down that rabbit hole of being upset, then go into that reality. But I'm going to live in a reality that the Patriots spent way more money than anyone. They rebuilt that team in one shot. And I just watched Washington do kind of the same last year. And they were one game away from making it all the way to the Super Bowl. So I think the Patriots are going to, I'm hoping, like one of the people that I know, Spence, he has his own show with Turf, and he's a Patriots guy. I'm hoping we have a really close, fun, exciting opening game in New England, but I totally don't expect us to win that game, Jack. I hope we win, but if we lose, I'm going to go, well, of course we lost. They had more talent. They spent more money. They got an amazing young quarterback. You saw they got the running room down. Did people forget Ramondre Stevenson is amazing? And then now they added Travion Henderson. Are you kidding me? If you play fantasy right now, I'm already taking Travion Henderson as one of my running backs. So like I said, I'm being realistic, Jack. And I was talking about the first 4 games alone, okay? How we all feel as Raider fans is going to be dictated by the Monday Night Football game at home. Because if that's a close game and we win, we're all going to be pumped. If that's a close game and we lose, we'll be upset, but we'll be hopeful. But if we get destroyed, Jack, in front of national television on a Monday Night Football game to Harbaugh, oh boy, buddy. Oh boy. Vegas is going to be sitting there going, look at all these suckers to bet the over.
I will say that Harbaugh and, Pete Carroll game, versus the Chargers, it's going to be very interesting because that team is built for ground and pound. I mean, when they bring over, you got 2 of the best tackles in the game. And then you bring over Beckham, the Jets misused him. Put him at a right tackle, and they put him at a guard like what the Eagles did at 353 pounds. And both your running backs, isn't Najee 230? And then, Hampton 220? I mean, it's going to be a ground and pound. So it's going to test. I mean, we all talk about the strength of this team is that defensive line. And we saw the defensive line get burnt in several games last year. And, our draft picks, they came in like the 6th round on there. We didn't sign anyone huge, another huge player to the defensive line. I'm glad that we got Butler back, and I'm glad we signed Kuntz back. But that's going to be the matchup for that game. Can our defensive line stand up to especially early in the season when everyone's fresh? Can we stand up to that Chargers offensive line? But I'll say this on a flip point, which I disagree with DZ. DZ thought his defensive line got better. I'm like, dude, your defensive line didn't get better. I mean, you lose Puna Ford, you lose Bosa, and, I don't even know the players you're talking about. So it's the same thing. Our offensive line, I think we got better. Do I feel like, do the guys that we drafted and Rodgers and Grant, will they be starters? Let to be determined. I think Meredith's good enough. I think Parham needs to move back. But I think we're going to do the same thing that they're going to do to us. We're going to run against them, just as hard. Because, getting a boy like Genty, man. And I think, again, guy from Miami, Moser, he's still super fast. So I think, it's going to be a ground and pound game. It's going to be one of the old school games that we saw back in the 70s. It's going to be run from both squads. But that is a test of the tail. I can't disagree with that. But talked about the Patriots. Yeah, you're still talking about a quarterback that's 22 years old. Yes, does he have talent? Absolutely. Did they have the most salary cap in the league? Absolutely. Did they take our best linebacker, which it still pains me, and I don't understand when Spytech says you don't let good players walk out of the building in Spillane, and we let them walk. And then we're gonna play the Pats. Now we got a quarterback that's got, been in the league for years. We got a Chip Kelly. We saw what happened, in the first half of the season last year to the second half of the season when Gonsby's gone, and you get someone who can actually do a little bit. Now we got one of the best offensive coordinators. The weapons that we're putting on this offside of the ball with Jack Beck, man, what a great story. I salute that kid, man. He's got a great first name, first of all. Number two, man, the kid is a worker. He's a big kid, and he's like a Jacoby Myers part 2. He dropped 1 ball. Jacoby dropped 0 balls. So it's kind of like the same player. Man, you get guys that can just run some routes. You don't ever drop a ball. You got a Brock Bowers, and then you bring in a Thornton. So that can stretch the field at 6'5", run a 4.30 40. And yes, you teach him to run the intermediate and short routes as well too. I'm sorry, Trey Tucker, man, you're going back to the special team, bro. I mean, this offense can be dynamic, which I don't think if those guys live up to their potentials. Again, they're rookies, so I'm not holding it to them. But based on what Spytech and Pete Carroll did this year, it's offense. It could be one of the most dynamic offenses in the NFL this year. And again, that's a hope as a Raiders fan because they're rookies, and rookies don't normally pan out because Cap knows this, and I'm sure, Angela, you know this. One of my favorite players in number 21 back in the 70s, Cliff Branch, it took him 3 years to figure it out. He wasn't good until year number 3. And then after that, he's all world. So I hope these rookies pan out faster than the latter, but it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, I think overall, and we can look, it's easy, and I did this all last year for you guys here on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. I did it on Roku. I was all positive. I was giving you every single positive thing. And again, I'm not being sore about it. I'm just saying that it's unlike my nature to be so positive that I almost lost perspective on things. So this year, I'm just going to give factual perspectives. And unless you tell me that if let's say we keep all 11, let's just say we keep all 11 rookies as a part of our 53-man roster. Let's just say, right? So now you're telling me that over 1/5 of the team are all rookies and then a bunch of second-year players, right? I don't know what world that because if I'm trying to compare it, it's the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions sucked the first year, then got better the second year, and then took a big leap in the third year. And then in the fourth year is when everybody went, wow. That's kind of how I see us. And if we go on a faster process, great. But this is year one. So if we get 6 games, I'll be like, yay, because that's 2 more games than last year, and we'll still be picking in the top 10. So I'm perfectly fine with that scenario, right? What would be wrong for me this year is to get everyone all excited about how Jack Besh is going to be like our Bolitnikov and Tommy Milot's going to be our Clem Daniels, right? And get everybody all excited, and then basically we're just going to lose the first 4 games of the year because in truth, we are playing teams that are ready to roll, okay? So let's just talk about the first 4 games. Let's say you guys go, oh, man, I think we can beat them with the Patriots. I'm going to be realistic and say I don't think we'll win. I think we'll play our hearts out, and we'll probably lose to the Patriots in New England because it's Mike Vrabel, and he signed a lot of veterans. He has a running game. He has an O-line set up. So unless Will Campbell is a complete bust, I'm pretty sure they're going to protect Drake May. And whether he's 22 or not, Jack, Drake May is like Josh Allen-like. He's good, man. And now we're going to see how good he really is. But he's good. He's really good. The kid is the real deal. So right off the bat, I'm like, all right, that's 0-1. But that's okay. I expected that. The Chargers one is the one that I'm going to be like, I really hope on a Monday Night Football this is going to be a championship type fight feel. This is national television. Home opener. I hope
2 head coaches battling out.
I hope that's a rock'em sock'em. Genty's gonna run. They're gonna run. We're gonna pound them. They're gonna pound us, and we somehow win it, right? But if we win it, Jack, we are gonna spend so much energy trying to win the Chargers game that when we play the Commanders in Washington.
We're going to lose to the Commanders.
Destroyed by the Commanders.
I think we lose that game.
Destroyed by the Commanders. It won't even be close. All right. Yeah. So now we're at 1-2, and we're just starting off, right? And again, I'm being realistic. That home game, that 4th game, home game against the Bears with their new awesome genius offensive coordinator, genius coach who was with Detroit, who spent all that money on O-line and trenches, who spent all that money on what the only thing they didn't spend money on is a running back for Caleb Williams, because I think they plan on throwing the ball a lot, right? I want us to win because it's a home game. I would love for us to win, Jack, because it's a home game. But am I going to get mad if we lose? I will not, because the Bears are the better team. They are. They got a better. Yeah,
I will.
Do you honestly?
I think they're better. I feel they're a better team, but yeah, we'll see. You know what? I think that's going to be like a game that Spy Tech is going to be like, I want to win this one.
Yeah, I got a belly full of Chicago fans the last time that they went to Allegiant, and I don't agree that Spytek penny pinched Shreve. I'll just answer that right now. But I got a belly full of Chicago Bears fans when they came into Allegiant the last time, and there was a shit ton of them. A shit ton of Bears fans, and they're walking around like they owned Vegas after that. It just pissed me off. And the thing that pissed me off more was when Chicago was talking about Bears Nation. And I think I told this story, so I apologize if you've already heard it. When the guy, he was older, not as old as me, but he was an older gentleman, like maybe in his 40s, and he was big. He was a big South Side Chicago Bubba with his other 2 to 3 cohorts with him, was talking about Bears Nation. And I was walking away and I turned the fuck around and walked right back to him. And in no uncertain terms, I said, you guys won this game. And your fans took over the stadium. But let me fucking tell you this. There's only one nation, Raider Nation. Get it through your fucking head and get the fuck back to Chicago. I was seeing red. And it wasn't the orange of the Bears uniform that I was seeing red. And thank God, and I do admit this, it was probably one of the most stupidest things that I had done, because these kids, these older adults looked like probably the personification. Let me get the right word right. The personification of 4 bad Leroy Browns, except that they weren't going to get killed. Okay, but 4 bad Leroy Browns, and I'm telling them, and I'm pointing at them, and I did it exactly like that. And I'm glad that I didn't get my ass kicked but they probably saw, the old guy with the cane, and they thought better of it. And I appreciate that, because maybe that, being the old guy with the cane does get me out of some where they would probably care. I tell you what, though, I'm going to be pissed in New England when I go to New England, and if we lose the Pats, yeah, I can see it. But if we lose the Pats, there is no team like a Northeast team that I want. I want to win that game, because you don't walk out of Buffalo losing and you're happy about it, because their fans give it to you. And New York and Boston. This will be my first trip to Boston. I know I do not want to walk out of that stadium with a loss. If we do lose, I want it to be by 1 point, or we get fucked by the officials. Yeah. And somebody was saying about I want to lose. And again, I can't remember. Someone was making about how we lost to, I think it was Sharif. Remember that that fucking Gardner Minshew beat us as a Jaguar. The fucking officials beat us, Sharif. They beat us when he was on the Jaguars. It was the fucking officials that led that fucking drive, because that was a W. So I don't want to hear anything about Booger Minshew. Okay. And yeah, I thought he was going to be decent for us. I was wrong. But
last year
I'm with you, and hopefully with Sharif.
Yeah. Losing to the Panthers was bad. It's like that hurt.
Yeah, I was there.
That hurt.
Kind of.
You were there, man? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you had to see that in person and spent the money for that ticket.
I was happy about. I mean, I was actually probably the most positive person in there, because it was my first game since the transplant, and I was row 7 in the 40-yard line, and I got great deals on a seat from this amazing Christian family who understood my situations, and it was last minute too. It was like literally didn't think about it till the night before, and they were like, "Hey, we got this one extra seat here," and so anyway, it all worked out.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, and it was great. And also part of the reason why I was happy that I did go to that game is that's when I knew that DJ Glaze and Jackson Powers Johnson was gonna start, because that's the game where Mumford gets injured, and then like James was screwing it up, and then they finally, when we were like all out of it, I'm like, finally I was watching on the sidelines JPJ being the center to Aiden O'Connell, and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna look really good. And then Glaze was in there. And then that's when I knew. I was like, okay, great. This is awesome. Now I know the direct, because what everybody wants in the Raider Nation is direction. We just want to know. We just want to know where we're going. Like we don't want to. What we've been doing every time. And again, you just have. I'm just giving facts. Don't get mad at me, chat or viewer or listeners. I'm just gonna give facts. But the fact is, we've been a turnstile for a long time now, and we're hoping that unless something tragic happens to Pete Carroll and John Spytek, that this is finally okay. This is our head coach and our general manager for the next 4 to 5 years. We're gonna get a high school's worth of education and leadership over the next 4 to 5 years. We're gonna get a term, at least one term where no one gets fired and there's no craziness and none of that. And then we get some direction. So one of the reasons why were we all happy at draft night? Because it looked like there was direction. It looked like whether you agree with it, and there's some in the chat that did not agree with that draft, and some in the chat that are super happy with the draft, whether you agree with it or not, the one thing for sure that we saw is that there's direction. Spytek has direction. Pete Carroll has direction. Their guy Brandon has direction. So direction is good. Direction is a good thing. Do I expect Jack?
You look at it, it's like they all got connections. They've got C's on their chest. I mean, we did something this year, like, which is cool. We added so much depth, which this team has lacked. There's so lack of depth. Like, again, we look at last year like a good example, in which is like one of the weakest points on our team. We go from Nate Hobbs, who gets hurt all the time, and we got Harmon in there. Harmon's not that player for me, at least for me. And we didn't address that at all. It's like, that's why I think, like, that UDFA, that Ole Miss, I think, he has a good potential to, make the roster and play there. But I would really love to see the Raiders go out and get that 31-year-old Cincinnati boy, who's a slot corner, has played, in the league for 10 years, because he's definitely an upgrade. And I mentioned Spillane earlier. Again, we're going Pittsburgh, right? Oh, okay. Eichenberg's going to be a replacement. No, we go out and get the Pittsburgh linebacker. Then we get White. None of these guys, and even Jalen Smith. And I'm a Notre Dame fan. I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. Man, Jalen Smith is now 8 years in the league, and he didn't play last year. And he was a top, 2 pick, top 3 pick when he came out. But he had that ACL and MCL tear. He had one good year with the Cowboys and bounced around with a couple different teams. He played for us for one game last year. He goes out with the UDFAs, like, the rookie guys, and gets signed a contract. I mean, I love the kid. Man, I wish it would be true, but I think that injury, will make him never the same. And so we've got guys that are like middle linebackers, but we don't have, and we let Bernie go, which I thought was like the number 2 off-ball linebacker on our team, and we cut him already. I mean, right now it's Amari Gainer, is like the guy I see on third downs, for our linebacking core. And then, number 4, and like I like when we drafted Trey Taylor last year in the 7th round. Got the nomination at the best defensive back in the class, but he never even stayed on the roster. He was on the practice squad, and no one even picked him up. So we got 3 huge holes on our defense, which we have not even addressed, and which is weird. How many? Look at it, Raider Nation. Look at how many wide receivers have we picked up after drafting 3 wide receivers, and then UDFAs, and still signing wide receivers to this team. It's like, all I know is that everything that the Raiders are doing, it's offense, and kind of lacking on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, even Pegas. Again, Pegas is going to be probably going to be our fullback, right?
Well, guys, I will say this. I think that the 98 and 99 picks, they're going to be starting by the end of the year. I can see them being on our offensive line and starting by the end of the year. And
Can't
if
argue
they
that.
don't start, it's because Miller has kept his job. But I can see Rodgers and Grant coming in and taking over the guard positions, period. Okay? And maybe they will, like I said, by the end of the year, I'm not saying, by midseason, but no, by the end of the year, I would say even by maybe week 14 or 15, Denver at home or Philly on the road, maybe by Denver at home, because you don't want to start a rookie or get him into the flow in Philadelphia in a December game with that crowd. Okay. Maybe the following week in Houston, because I think the crowd is not as volatile as it is in Philly. But I tell you what, Rodgers and Grant are going to be starting by that time, and we'll also get a chance to see if Miller's shoulder is such that he has come back to being a modicum of his former self, or if he shows that yes, this is the year. Bill Belichick always said the thing: always get rid of him a year early or then a year late. And this might be that thing where we see if we should have gotten rid of Miller this offseason instead of possibly giving him a longer contract. And I like Miller. I'm not saying anything about me not liking Miller, but we'll see about that. Guys, if you don't mind, I want to try to – we're going to go over 4, but I need to get some things done because it is, almost midnight. And I know that the first half an hour was a screen of nothing, but I really did need to eat, or I wasn't even going to show up. Again, tomorrow I will be on the regular Thursday shows, and Friday, don't forget that I am having a show with Peggy. I can't remember if it's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock Eastern, but I will put out those. Be ready for a Friday show with Miss Peggy and I talking about what we envision the Raiders offense and defense to be with our draft picks. And maybe, like Jack said, maybe those UDFAs that comes in. Yeah, if you have 11 to 15 of the guys coming in and making the team, like I said, that's what, 1/3 or 1/4 of your team.
Yeah.
As rookies.
Yep.
That would be amazing. I see that maybe, like at least half of them being practice squad guys. I can see that. But I tell you what, we are building for the future. And my building, like I said, my bottom line is 7 wins. We don't get to 7, I'm not going to be happy.
No, that's fair, Cap. I was just going to say, Jack, so that for Kenna, so that when you go on Wild Wild West show, you could look it up. So when you're worried about the defense part of the Raiders, the interesting thing, again, if you look at what the Pete Carroll and Spytek and Brandon had done, is if you look at a lot of our, like somebody, I think it was Matt Marindovich said, oh, that guy would stop the tush push, right? And he's talking about Laki Tassi. But again, Laki Tassi will be a development. It's like it'll take 2 to 4 years to figure out, is he an offensive lineman? Is he a defensive tackle? What are we using him for, right? I hope we get to keep him, because look what happened to Mailata for Philadelphia. I hope he's a something. That would be great. But if you haven't paid attention to what the Raiders have been doing, they got, and you might be familiar with him, Captain Jack, Anthony Booker, Tank from SMU, we signed him. That's a 350-pound, 6'3" nose tackle from SMU. He's a monster. He's going to make the 53. I even said it to Chris. I was like, we signed him, so if he makes the cuts all the way to 53, then 100% what we're going to put JJ Pegues at, he's going to be on the roster of 53 as fullback, because he won't be in the roster as a defensive tackle. He'll be in the roster as a fullback, and then that means that Booker will be in the roster as the nose tackle, defensive tackle. And now what we have just overall, if you look at it all, if you look down and you you kind of track it and you study it and you analyze why they picked everybody. And Brandon even said this. He said they were looking at all these people. Their job, the second floor's job, was to look at all their metrics and measurables, right? That's what popped out about Tommy Millott, right? He's a Clem Daniels type. That's what they're looking for. So what I love about what this new group is doing is Pete Carroll and Rob Leonard and Patrick Graham and all the coaches that we have, they're not running away from having to coach. There's nobody in our team that they can't not coach. Everybody has to get coached. So depending on how fast these players get the information, that will determine how good we will become. But believe me, year one, this is our freshman year. So relax. If all we do is win 6 games, for as long as they don't look terrible, right? Like, are you really going to be that mad if we're in every single game and we almost pulled it off, but all we were able to do is win 7 games? You won't be mad, Captain Jack, because then you'll be able to see the future. You'll be like, damn, I could see it. With experience, we're going to be even better, right? That's all I want. That's it. I don't need us to hit a lottery ticket home run and get lucky to make it to the playoffs. Because in all honesty, Kenna, if we make it to the playoffs, are we good enough to go all the way? No, we're not. The answer is no, we're not. So why in the hell do we want to pick in the bottom 10 of pick when we can still pick in the top 15? I'd rather pick in the top 10 next year where we have all of our picks. So 6 to 7 games, Captain Jack. That's what anything less than that, and I will be pissed. But 6 games and we're picking number 9 in the draft next year, I won't be upset about it.
Angelo, I hope you're wrong,
Jack,
and I hope you're right
last
at the same time. Yeah, it's like I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the losses. But when the season's over, having that higher pick always makes me smile.
And next year,
do I feel like we're a Super Bowl team in our division? No, I don't see it. And do I always want better talent and see like what we did this year and what we did last year? We brought really good talent. So it's a hard thing, when you're watching that game. Angelo, you get this. Cap, you get this. When you're watching that game and you lose that game, it's heartbreaking. But when the season's over and you get that higher pick and you get a guy like Genty, and we turn to 2-3 third round picks, and we get a great 4th round pick. We answered all the question marks. We got offensive linemen, which Cap, you said by the time the year's over, they're going to be starters. The depth that we've had on this team has been so lackluster over so many years. Like, you lose a player. Like, we look at our defensive line last year, man, with Kuntz going out before the season started, Christian Wilkins, game 4, and then Crosby going out. And, you got a good coach like Patrick Graham and still kind of held it together, mosh posh, that type shit. And now you're putting better talent around these great coaches. You will never forget what, Al Davis said. It's like, when you bring great coaches together and you bring great players together, it's going to be special. So, Angelo, I get what you're saying. I don't want to see it happen, but if it does happen, I can't argue with that either, bro.
Yeah. And again, and Cap, I'll just say this too, because you're the historian in this group, right? But aren't you seeing like the Ziegler draft picks? They're all finally starting to disappear, right? We did what we did last year for whatever, right? And we got lucky with some, and some not so lucky. We already got rid of Devonshire. I hope DeCamarion Richardson does pan out, but who knows, right? He's gonna have a really tough room to compete in. But he was our 4th round pick, so we got super, super lucky that the first 3 picks all became starters. That's great, right? But now this is again, Kenna, 11 picks, year 1. This is just year 1. If 4 years from now we still have, I don't know, 8 of these 11 players in our team, and they all developed, then that was a really good draft. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm not one of the people giving up on Tyree Wilson. You guys know that I defend Tyree Wilson. I defend Aiden O'Connell, because what's the point of picking him then? Then why don't we just get a bunch of undrafted free agents if you're not going to give them a chance? Give them a chance before you start complaining. Like I get why there's so much expectation for Tyree Wilson, but like I said, okay, number one, that was a McDaniel Ziegler thing. I thought we were going to get CJ Stroud at the time. Derek Carr, congratulations on your retirement. That's great. But again, that was kind of our problem, is we had a quarterback that was good, but not quite good enough. And we can't have that, guys. We just can't. We're not a Super Bowl team if we think our quarterback is good, but he's not quite good enough. Like I think every Super Bowl, every team that's a contender, the Bills, do you think they say that about Josh Allen? Hey, Josh Allen's good, but he's not good enough. No, they believe he can make it to the Super Bowl every year. Lamar Jackson, they believe he can make it to the Super Bowl every year. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow is a classic example of they are totally fucking him, right? Joe Burrow should demand to come to the Raiders is what Joe Burrow should do. Better weather, no taxes. We're going to treat him like a king, right? But Joe Burrow, if we were making dumbass moves like that, Kenna, I would be very mad. Like, why aren't you?
We've made like mixed shit nut moves like in the past, so I'm glad that we're not doing that anymore.
Exactly. So I am holding on to that. I'm holding on to this freshman year. Looks like everybody knows what the hell they're doing. You know, we're gonna give it our all on every game. Captain Jack's gonna get all these women all happy that it was a competitive game, but we'll probably lose like 12 of them or 11 of them. You know?
Well, I don't want to extend the show. I know Cap's been on here for 4 hours and 8 minutes, but when we talk about quarterbacks, like, you know, not extending, like Derek Carr and Geno to me are very similar but very different. They're like the mid-range quarterbacks. Again, Geno's very accurate. He's got less tread on his tires. He's a better runner, but at the same time, you know, until McDaniels did what he did, Derek Carr can read a defense better than Geno Smith. I mean, Geno throwing for what, 4,300 yards, but only 21 touchdowns, 15 picks. He threw a lot of picks. Derek Carr, on the other hand, can read a defense, but Derek Carr was handcuffed by McDaniel. Said, just run the play. Don't change the play, which was like one of his best assets. So I'm sorry, Cap, for extending the conversation. I know you've been on here a long time, but since Angela brought that up, they're both mid quarterbacks. They're not superstars. Neither one of them.
Yeah. So with that said, why are any of you, chat or people who are listening, expecting the Raiders to go to the playoffs or make a run for it when you yourself already know Geno Smith is who he is? Let's not pretend like, if we make it to the playoffs, we'll all be happy in one sense, and then we're gonna lose, because that's what's gonna happen. Because Geno Smith isn't good enough to take them to any team to the promised land. He's not, right? He's like Trent Dilfer, okay? But we're not the Ravens defense yet. We're not that yet. If we were the Ravens defense, then I could say, hey, as long as you don't fuck around and turn the ball over, we might have a chance, right? Which is why I kind of still believe that hopefully Aiden O'Connell gets one final shot before we toss him or something, because I still think Aiden could do it. What does Sharif say? Ziegler traded for Devontae. Yeah, and we lost the first and second round pick for that.
All right.
Yeah, well, that's the part that hurts. I'm
going to hop off, but I want to leave you guys with this, if you know this. So we traded Devontae Adams for a
first and a second.
We took that pick and we traded for Geno Smith.
Right.
And then Seattle took that and they took Milroe.
Right. Wouldn't it be interesting if Milroe develops to be the next Lamar Jackson?
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying the kid's got the measurables for it.
Yeah, I think that Milroe is probably going to be the best quarterback that comes out quicker. You know, obviously, I think Jackson Dart's going to get an opportunity to start quickly. Obviously, Ward is going to start in Tennessee. Dart's going to be starting pretty soon in the Giants, but I think that Milroe is going to have a very quick opportunity to do what he can in Seattle. But I tell you what, don't sleep on what's his name, Cam Miller, I believe, from North Dakota State.
He's a champ. He's the FCS champ. Yeah. He's not bad. He's Brady's pick. Brady's the one that picked him. So, you know, we have to like the fact that Brady wanted to take that kid. You know, he saw something in him. He does have mobility. He is accurate. He is a proven winner. He proved it for 4 years. I mean, yeah, that's great. And he would be a Brady type, or like a Brock Purdy type if he pans out. But I'm just saying, guys, that would you be upset if next year we have enough picks and assets that we traded up? And look at all the quarterbacks next year. Like, seriously, have you looked at the list of who might come out next year? Because it's crazy. There's like 6 possible.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah. Who? Because I know that they're saying next year is quarterback draft. Who is it? Who are the quarterbacks?
Yeah. So
I think Arch Manning is probably going to go back another year. I think he's going to come out 27.
Well, we don't know again because money changes everything and opportunities and all of that, right? And you know, could you imagine the Mannings wanting to team up with Brady and the whole bit, Manning and Brady, and the same with the Raiders? That would be crazy. But yes, Arch Manning is still a possibility given what happens to them next year. Remember that Carson Beck is doing that Miami year now, Cap, to prove what he can and cannot do, injury or not. So Carson Beck, until we see it otherwise, might end up being one of those top 20 picks as a quarterback for whatever team that may need it. But just in terms of talent, right? There's the kid from Penn State, Drew Allar, right? The Penn kid, he's awesome, right? There's the kid from LSU, the kid of the coach, Nussmeier. He's going to be one of the top quarterback picks from LSU. There's that kid who just got transferred out of Tennessee and is now going to, I think, UCLA or USC or something, Nico Imalieva.
No, I don't want no part of ukulele. I call him ukulele.
But talent-wise, he's a talented kid. You know, but I'm just saying that if there's at least 6 that are so that's what I'm saying is and remember, Spytek in his first press conference said it's a good idea to always keep getting quarterbacks every year. You want to keep doing it every year until you find the one. That's the attitude, Kenna. That's his attitude. So Cam Miller might do good. He might not. Who knows? And then next year we're gonna go take someone else. And we're going to keep spinning that wheel, baby, till we get the guy.
I can't argue that because, like, you know, when we had Derek Carr, we took no quarterbacks.
Exactly. So, which was a bad idea.
Which is a bad idea. But I also heard, you know, the one thing that Spytek said to the nation.
We took Connor Cook, and we took Connor Cook, and taking Connor Cook is the reason why Dallas ended up taking Dak Prescott, because they wanted Connor Cook. We took Connor Cook, and they ended up taking Dak Prescott out of Mississippi State. So we actually have taken a quarterback.
Well, the one thing I will say with Spytek that kind of irks me a little bit when he said, you never let a great player walk out of your building. And then we re-signed Max Crosby to that big contract, which I love it, man. I want Max to be a Raider for life. I felt, you know, with Khalil Mack was a big mistake, letting him, you know, go with under John Gruden. But when we let Spillane go, and that contract is not big I mean, it's a 3-year, $33 million. Like, you can have incentives up to 37. He was a captain of our team. He's better than any linebacker that we have on this team, which is now one of the biggest weak links on the team. So I take what he says with a grain of salt just because of that. You don't let great players go. And Spillane was a great player for our Raiders.
Right.
I don't know what you guys think about this, but I didn't like it at all.
No, Ken, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also, you have to remember, I'm also the same guy who said, why did we pay $12 million for Malcolm Kuntz? Because 12 to me was a little, 8 I'd have been all right with. 12 on a 1 year. The only reason why I'm like, okay, that's fine. I guess if he ends up getting injured again or he doesn't pan out, we don't have to worry about him at all because it's a 1 year. Try it out and let's see how well you do. But just that one contract alone, Kenna, Kuntz for $12 million already shows you what Spytek and Pete Carroll are doing. This year,
he's a way bigger risk for Kuntz than Spillane.
No. Listen, Spillane was a long-term get for Vrabel and the Patriots. They wanted him there long-term. But if you look at all our contracts, even the ones that we re-signed, they're all, we're going to try you this year, but we're bringing in all these young guys that our scouting team picked, that our scouting team researched. Like, they're already kind of drawing a line in the sand to all the players. They're saying, we have a plan for the next 4 years. If you're a part of that plan, then we'll re-sign you. But if you're not, then we won't. And the good news for you is we didn't sign you. So everybody that you see with long-term deals, those are the ones that are going to stay. But there's a reason why. You have to.
There's not many long-term contracts on this. It's like
exactly.
You got Butler is a 3-year deal. You got Max Crosby's a 3-year deal.
No.
There's not many long-term contracts. And Spillane, wait. I'm looking at it the right way. You might be looking at it wrong. I disagree with you on that, bro. It's Spillane is like, he's proven he can go against a pass. He's proven to go against a run.
Right.
And we don't have that on his team. So tell me what middle linebacker can do what Spillane has done in the past and what he's proven he's done. I don't want to hear the potential. Is it Devin White? No. Is it the Henderson, the linebacker they got from Pittsburgh, which they're saying, oh, we hope he could be a Spillane. Right. Or is it Eichenberg that could be that middle linebacker?
It's not going to be Eichenberg. No.
It's not. It's none of them.
No, Kenna, look, you can't. That's like saying, hey,
we could have signed Chase on, and I think we could have got approximately about the same production as a Kuntz.
Right,
but we didn't sign Chase on.
Kenna, let me ask you this question, just so that we're talking on the same page. Do you know currently right now how much money we have left on the cap space? Because I want to make sure that you know. It's exactly. So it's not a lot. It's not a lot already, especially if we want to make good moves this year. That's why they're holding on to it, right? Because
let me ask you, Angelo, I got a question for you. How much money do we have on next year's cap?
Well, next year, okay, I'll give you the exact.
Well, no, don't look it up. I just want your opinion right now. Don't look it up. I know you're looking it up. I can tell by your eyes. You're looking it up.
Because what will we won't know anything, Kenna. We won't know anything until we know what long-term deals we're signing. We won't know anything.
Well, we're going to sign those deals. The deals are done. So it's almost like $150+ million next year, bro.
Okay,
so Kenna, we have the money to sign these guys.
Listen, first of all, if we got a bunch of rookies, then when you say who do we have in long-term contracts, we have a bunch of second-year and first-year players on a bunch of long-term contracts. That's the future, right? Go ahead, Captain Jack. Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry, Cap. I didn't mean to extend the show, bro.
Yeah, I think if you can, in the next, I was going to say 3 hours, wrap this up. No, if you can in the next maybe 2 minutes, wrap this, I would appreciate it.
Sorry, Cap.
Please.
I'm going to hop off the show.
Hold on, Ken. I just want to finish this point. Again, you don't want us to go to the playoffs because you can admit right now that we're going to suck if we go to the playoffs.
No, I never said that. Don't put those words in my mouth that we're going to suck.
Okay. Look, I'm telling you, do you believe we have a Super Bowl team right now? If we would have signed Spillane, do you believe we have a Super Bowl team? Yes or no? No. The answer is no. And Spillane wouldn't have changed that game at all. So that's why we don't sign Spillane to the deal that that the Patriots signed him for, because we don't have a future with Chase on. We don't have a future with Spillane. We might, though, have a future with people like Jalen Walker, who was undrafted, but we probably none of those guys are going to pan out. They're just band-aids. And then next year, there might be a linebacker coming out that we're going to take in the first round. That's what's happening right now. But none of them are Ray Lewis, man. There's nobody that's and you're absolutely right. Robert Spillane is amazing. He's going to lead a team to the playoffs, just not this one, because we're not playoff ready. And that's why we didn't sign Spillane. Sorry, Cap. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna put a bow on it. I like Spillane, but the Patriots overpaid for Spillane. I like Chason, and Chason was going to sign with us, but we told him, you're not going to start. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to probably start for the Patriots. And Hobbs, while being a very good cornerback, a slot cornerback, whatever money he's getting from the Patriots was not what we were offering him. And I agree. I liked Hobbs, but I didn't like him at X amount what the Patriots have. I didn't like that. So I'm glad that they are gone in that respect. Have a great career, except when you play us week 1. And whatever else happens after that. And again, that's one reason why I do want to beat the Patriots week 1, is because I want to show that the people that they spent a lot of money on, and not just those 3 guys, but a bunch of other different people that they spent money on and win now, isn't going to pan out.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you, boy, on Spillane. I mean, well, who's been our best middle linebacker since Spillane? And please don't tell me Perryman. It was like probably Greg Beaker.
No. Yeah, but you know what? We drafted Beaker. We didn't draft Spillane.
It doesn't matter if you draft him or not, but if he plays good for your team, that's all that matters.
We drafted Rolando McClain, and he was a fucking
he sucked ass.
Okay.
And then we had the other linebacker that got Rob, whatever his name is.
Rob Fredrickson. Okay.
Thank you.
We drafted Rob Fredrickson, and he sucked. We drafted the kid Harris from Michigan State. He wasn't that great. Okay. So we haven't drafted well at linebacker. And so we bring in Spillane. Spillane was a Band-Aid who played well, that earned a good contract, but not what he was looking for. And I said, hey, Spillane, I love you. Great guy that you are. You had that mentality. Wish you well, because if the Raiders offered you $2 and it wasn't enough, and the Patriots offered you $3, and you went with the $3, and obviously I'm using easy terms here, he wasn't worth the $3. He was worth the $2. And I have no problem seeing him go. I don't, because we are rebuilding. This is a rebuild. It's not a reload. And anybody thinks that this is a reload, you're in for some rude awakening. But I think that we are ahead of the game of where people think we are on a reload. That's why I said I will be pissed if Vegas has it at 6.5, they better win 7, because I think that they can win 7. That's why I said that's my thing. If Vegas has this at 6.5, and I need to probably send some money to Angelo in a Zelle.
Oh, you guys have a bet?
I can get it.
You guys have a bet?
So he can make the bet for me. No. So, hey, Kenna, listen. So you can get it out of your ear. So I'm sending Angelo to Vegas to put down 50 or 100 at 6.5, so I can get 7, I will send
Angel,
it to him.
I want to send you
because
some
he
money
can-
on
he
Venmo
can-
too, dude. I think they're going to get over 6.5.
That's funny. I don't have Venmo, guys.
Oh, you don't have Venmo?
No, I'm not a Venmo person. I let my wife.
Man, when I went up to Reno, they didn't have like, they only had like, the Raiders for the Super Bowl, which I did put a bet on just because, man, I got to do it as a fan. But they didn't have the over under at the time. Last year they did. They didn't have this year. And I lost, dude. I'm like, dude, you got 4.5 games? Man, we won, 9 games? And fucking they had it at 4.5 and we only got 4 wins. So that's why I said I'll never go against the sports book because, man, they run those simulations like a fucking 100 million times. And that's what scares me. It's like, man, I think we're way better a team than, what the odds are at. It's like, I don't want to see that, man. I just don't want to see it.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Hey, Cap,
next show. Go ahead, finish
Cap.
it out, Angelo.
No, I was just gonna say.
No,
Kenna's
I'm just saying, finish your.
Okay. Yeah, Kenna's just being hopeful, and I understand where you're coming from, Kenna, because that was me last year, and this year you're not going to get that from Angelo. You're going to get facts, and I'm glad that you see the facts also, Captain Jack, because all I'm speaking are facts. I'm not gonna. I hope I'm gonna be like you guys in the hope that everybody overperforms, but I will expect everybody to be what they are.
Last year I didn't expect it. Angelo, this guy right here, my brother, we agreed on Fawaga. Like, we agreed on a lot of stuff. I feel like, just based on what we saw last year in the first half of the season with Gonsby, horrible offensive coordinator. We saw, father and son come in and take over, the coordinating stuff mid-season. It's hard to change up all the stuff. And we improved. And this year, oh my God, we got Pete Carroll, we got Chip Kelly, we resigned Patrick Graham, we got Rob Leonard, which I love that guy as a defensive line coach. I think, the coaches improved. And then in this offseason, as going forward, we all talk about the Eagles, right? The Eagles is like the statement of the NFL. And like put the Kansas City Chiefs to shame. And we got the right hand man in Patches. And then we also, which Richie wouldn't even want to really talk about on the Wild Wild West show. We got his boy after being there for 13 years as being a scout. Because you can't do scouts until after the draft is done. I only see a bright future. Okay, bright future going up, and it's going to get better every year. All right, I'm going to let you boys go. I know, Cap, you've been on for now 4 hours and 29 minutes. Cap, Angelo, I love you, brothers. It was a lot of fun to chat with you boys.
It's 12:30 here in the East Coast, and I got shit to do tomorrow. I might not be waking up early, but I do got shit to do tomorrow. Okay, that's why I said let's wrap this up. And I thank you guys.
I hope to see the nation in Bakersfield.
Appreciate it. Yep, go out to the summer kickoff. It's all over. It's all over YouTube or all over Facebook, I should say. Sorry, and so go to the summer kickoff.
Raider fans, there's gonna be a lot of Raider YouTubers out there. I'm going to be hooking up. I'm going to do interviews with fans for NabNam 93, Raiders Family Shield. And I'm going to meet guys like Lunatic, Leo, 805, Coach Gravy, and the after parties at the Clarion. So any fans that are out there and watching the show, I hope you're out in Bakersfield. Clarion's the after party, bro. Good night.
All right. Thanks again, Jack. Tell everybody I said hi that I didn't get a chance to see. Sorry. But yeah, I won't be out there. You tell everybody I said hello. Then Have them come over when they want to, or if they want an old man on their show, tell them I'm good to go too.
All right.
Thanks, Jack.
Sorry to keep you up, Cap. It was
and with
fun
that,
to
I'm
have
going
that
to.
conversation.
Yeah, it was, but I'm like, my God, how many times can you say the same thing again? I'm like, spinning. Come on, guys. Come on. And again, love you, love Jack, and I can talk too, but when we get the three of us, when it's like repeated, and again, that's not an indictment on you, Jack. Can I just that? Let's go to I got a show tomorrow. I got a show tomorrow. I got a show on Friday with Peggy. So if you're still here, and I think 6 people are still here, be sure to come into the channel tomorrow at 9:00 Eastern. And on Friday, it's either 8:00 or 9:00 Eastern on Friday. I'm not sure. Be ready for it at 8:00 in case it is 8:00 Eastern for the Friday show with myself and Miss Peggy. Come on in there, Angela. Although when Peggy and I do a show, it's like it's Peggy and I doing a show, and we don't. She don't let people in, and that's our concept. So I got it. So if you want to talk, you'll have to wait until she leaves after the show. But that's fine. We can do that. But thanks again, Angelo, for popping in. Remember, you got 6, I got 7. Kenneth's got, I think, 8. And we'll see. We'll see what we got. But thanks there, Parico. Ingat.
Ingat, Captain Jack. Thank you.
All right. Take care, brother. And say hi to the Asawa. So that's wife in Tagalog. So again, everybody, thanks for being here. I'm going to get out of here. But yeah, it's 4 hours and 35 minutes from start to finish. But yeah, the first 35 was basically a card saying that, wait for me. So you guys take care. We'll see you tomorrow night, 9:00 Eastern. Thanks again for being here. Take care.